Welcome, friends, and welcome. Good morning to everyone, and welcome to a very special day where we are having two large shows happening on a same day. So this is a common conference which is happening. So welcome again. We are hosting today one India Licensing Expo, which is happening virtually this time. This is our initiative, which we started about 5 years back, and now it's the premier show in licensing. And we're also hosting today our FRO Summit, which is also happening with our FRO exhibition happening today. So it's a special moment for Franchiseindia and teams at both at our License India and also Franchiseindia exhibition team for hosting these two big initiatives. So I'll maybe take next 15 minutes to give you an overview of what is happening in the industry, how the industry is changing, what kind of changes we see in our franchise and licensing. While these two industries are very different and they work very differently, but I feel that both are coming, especially for the challenging times we are facing. Both industries look very, very promising. So let me start with the franchising, which is my favorite subject, and I've been involved in franchising for good 23 years. I feel that the franchising is passing through a relatively changing times. When I say changing times, the formats are evolving. A lot of businesses are changing. Why? Because the consumer is changing. Consumer is looking at a very different way of prioritizing their purchase decisions and so on and so forth. Because the consumer is changing, the business models have to evolve. Almost all franchise companies we are working with these days are adapting technology, are finding a new ways to reach out to and engage their customers. So a lot of that is going on. I think a lot of new industries are emerging, like if you see edtech is being big industry. Now health tech is becoming a very large industry. So a lot of these things which have been always been talked about, now we are forced into this, like circular economy is also been direct. So this is a lot going on, but bigger opportunity really is coming from demand side. The micro entrepreneurs are now looking at buying a lot of businesses because of whatever has happened. People want to take their life in control. They want to really see their financial freedom. So a lot of demand has been created, and especially from first-time business buyers. I'll revisit that part because I want to really give our audience, which are visiting the show, I want to give them a little understanding that if they're looking to buy a business, what they should be really doing. Now let's go into the licensing side. Licensing side is very, very exciting. We started licensing way back, about 15 years back, hosted multiple shows. It used to be a common show like what we're having now. In our Pragati Maidan show, we used to have a big licensing pavilion before it became and grew to its own show. And now for the last 5 years, we have an independent licensing expo. Today in our expo, we will have 25 different speakers and about 50 different global brands presenting their licensing opportunities. Licensing also is very spread. It's from fashion to consumer trademark to character licensing, a lot of entertainment work. And that also has evolved over the years. We see a lot of changes happening in the licensing space also. So I would like to give a lot of our guests are joining in from other markets and global companies who are looking their brands to be licensed in India. I'll give you about 10 tips, which is also common for franchising, because I think these two are, especially if you are a licensor or a franchisor, I'll give you about 10 tips, which are very important before you start licensing in India or licensing in the other parts. If you're an Indian company and franchising or licensing in different parts of India, then also you should look at it. First, invest on developing your program and localizing your program. When I say localizing, you don't have to go too far, but you need to really understand that this is a very, very diverse country. The adaptability from one market to another market can change. Even a city as big as Delhi, if you see one corner of Delhi behaves very differently to other corner of Delhi. So we have a lot of diversity, and how do you really address diversity is very important. But for licensing, I would say it has to be consciously done, because you don't have to change the program too much. You need to stay true to your principles. And equally for franchising, you should stay true to your principle. Maybe give 20-25% of ability to be flexible on the licensing. Second, I think on the licensing side, I think you need to really go deeper into protecting rights. You need to really understand the intellectual property is quite spread in India. It has multiple classes. And I've seen a lot of issues later come in when you start expanding into other categories. You don't have protection on that. Similarly, for my franchise friends, you need to also really look at, how your trademarks and your IPs are protected. Third point is go very sharp on your target group. Don't spread yourself and don't try to please everybody. Stay very, very honest to your target group. And especially on the licensing side, I see a lot of people really spread it and they try to do a much larger consumer base. That doesn't work. You need to be very honest what you really stand for, what target group you really stand for. Fourth is find your target categories which you want to really license. I'm more talking about licensing now. What is the primary, secondary, and short-term categories, and really think through that what your starting point. If you're a go-to-market, then I will always say go in a primary or a short-term promotional category, and that's how you should really get started. This is common for franchising and licensing, and I think this I've been really advocating for all our franchise brands and also for our licensed brands, that selection over sales. Partner selection is the key for your program to work in India. And also for, if you are even in the franchising, if you're not selecting the right kind of franchisee, this never works. So selection over sales is very, very important. And I think this shift has to happen, and particularly for brands, I see their performances are based on how quality franchise partner or a license partner they would really choose. Then I think one has to really develop a detailed and a long-term plan and strategy. Franchising and licensing are not short-term strategies. They're very, very long-term strategies. At this stage, they're a top-class strategy because they are, I'll give you the difference between growth and scale. Growth is normally about when organizations and businesses want to grow, their revenues grow proportionate to the resources they deploy. That's a conventional classic old school model. So you mean more people you deploy, more offices you open, and so on and so forth. Or if you are a manufacturer, you put more factories. But how do you really shift from growth to scale, where it means that your revenues grow, but you don't put the same kind of resources or capital, right? And franchising and licensing is exactly that. It can give you substantial growth and substantial top line and bottom line growth without putting too much of your own capital. It works on other people's money. But it is a very careful strategy. It needs a long-term thinking. It needs a long-term planning. It needs a lot of commitment, especially in these days, because these are challenging times. This needs a lot of effort and energy to be done. The seventh point is do an alpha beta test. Before you really venture out either your franchise program or your licensing, do alpha beta. Alpha means in your home market where you are already existent, or the program you're doing on licensing where you've already had success in other parts. Stick to that. Do first that program and then go to another little more, I think, outside your comfort zone and test that also. Once these two tests are right, then go and venture out and expand quickly. Take another thing which is more on the brand connect viewpoint. I feel that both license brands and also franchise brands, sometimes their reach is to their potential licensees or their franchisees, but they don't know their customer. So unless and until as a brand owner or IP owner, you're not connected with your customer, understand what they're saying. I've seen a lot of disruption happening in the last 10 years where a customer will suddenly shift. So it's important these days that companies really find out. I know a lot of franchise companies where I talk to them, they have say 100 franchisees, they will know their franchisee, but they never would, they would not know so much their customer. While they will know from a data viewpoint, because it comes in your point of sales or your sales structure, but you really don't know. You don't know why they're buying, what is a purchase decision, what is the life cycle of purchase, how many new are joining, how many old have been retained. All that is very, very important now. So how do you really create a structure where you are able to really control your own consumer base? Ninth point is aftermarket. Aftermarket is becoming more and more important. Eventually this market, the loyalty is becoming lesser and lesser. People are going and shifting brands very, very fast. And how do you really invest into aftermarket would make sure that how you will be able to retain your customers and their loyalty with you. And 10th point is how do you really bring in strong quality and performance audits. And that's very important. Every licensed brand or a franchise brand has to invest into doing their regular audit. I see that's also a big help. These are 10 points which I would say I'd like to give it to industry. I feel that franchising and licensing is all about giving people to be an entrepreneur. So they create their entrepreneurial value in the entire thing with a lot of controlled environment. If you are able to create these two, you create an entrepreneurial environment for licensees and franchisees to grow, but with a very strong control, then it becomes, I think, another thing which is important for the both industries is when you run your program, when you're putting up your franchise or licensing program, see how much engagement it is creating, what kind of effectivity is bringing, and how it is evolving. Because I feel that the change cycles have become much, much higher. Earlier, it used to change business products, packaging, everything else used to change in 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. Now it's happening every 6 months. So if your brand is not evolving, and especially when you're working with your channel, which means your licensee or a franchisee, how they are going to evolve, and how, I mean, I feel that they get fatigue very, very fast, and how we really ensure that we are able to evolve them. So these are early thoughts from my side. I wanted to thank you for all of you to support our group. We have getting a tremendous amount of support from both the franchising and the licensing community. We also have making a lot of effort to keep the momentum going, rather address the larger community which is coming from a business buyers or potential licensees. I also see from these days a lot of manufacturers, exporters who were only looking at exporting outside are now looking at domestic consumption. So domestic consumption would be the key in next 2 to 3 years. And both industries, franchising and licensing, are exciting at this moment because they actually fuel domestic consumption. So my valuable thanks to everyone, and thank you very much for coming over to the show. Enjoy your show. We have a lot on display, both on the franchising side and the licensing side. On my last advice to my potential business buyers who come for a franchise, my advice is that don't rush in making your decision to buy any business. Always go through the process we advise: information, evaluation, and negotiation. Information, there is enough opportunities available. Please go and see all these opportunities and select what is right for you. Then go and self-evaluate yourself. What is going to be right for your location, your investment appetite, your financial investment, and so on and so forth. And third, take some kind of a strong legal advice, commercial advice from a chart accountant. Then only make a decision. So thank you very much. Thanks for joining in, and we will continue to bring in great shows for you, both on the franchising and licensing side. If you have any questions for me, you can please reach out to me directly. I'm at Gaurav, gm@gauravmaria.com. So I'm always available to help you out in any kind of decision or inquiry you want to have. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for joining us for this session on the next big market for brand licensing. And India today stands on the foothill of doing some great things in the brand licensing market. And today we have a stellar panel here for the session on the next big market for brand licensing, where we'll actually talk about one of the biggest categories in brand licensing, which is fashion. And we have a stellar panel, which is includes Somavava Naskar, who's the managing director of Hummel India, and he's doing some great work with the Danish brand Hummel in terms of helping it outgrow and outreach into various extensions and find some great synergies between fashion and sports, which he's going to talk about. We also have Roberto Brie from Marie Claire, who is going to talk about how a media brand, and largely a feminist media brand, today has got into more cutting edge fashion, beauty, lifestyle side of extensions using the brand licensing tool. And finally, we'll also have Anupam, who's part of the team of Flying Machine and is looking after the Ed Hardy design at Urban Limited, in terms of understanding what new product lines can be done today when a brand licensing comes into foreplay and comes into foreplay, and how retailers and brand houses can do the maximum with it. So thank you very much for joining us today. And let me start this discussion with Som today. And Som is doing some fantastic work with Hummel, which is essentially a Scandinavian brand, and is into sports and represents the whole today's trend of sports dressing across the world. So welcome, Som. And my first question to you is, how did you feel that how do you see the synergy of Hummel in India? And also, how do you feel that today's brand, today partnerships within India can, particularly from performance markets perspective, stands as a big opportunity? And where do you see brand licensing coming, making a sports connection in India with Hummel at the center?
Sure. Thanks, Ritu, for the generous introduction. So I'll just quickly give this like a one-liner about Hummel. Yes, we are a Scandinavian brand almost 97 year, more than 97 year in the business, but we largely consider ourselves as a startup. Uh, and if you look at the India business, India and Southeast Asia business, we are a true startup. We are less than probably 1 year plus, but I'm not factoring in the COVID period of any significant business. But what we realized in this period of business, and which is largely direct to consumer, that consumers love like freshness. They love the simple design aesthetics about Hummel, and they love the brand value that they see. We are enjoying somewhere around 20% plus repeat purchase. If I put forward all my business verticals together, and that I believe speaks volume about the consumer loyalty towards the brand. Now, with this also comes the added responsibility that when you have a large part of consumers coming back to your stores or to the e-stores or to, let's say, the other channels that we have, you'll have to offer them something new probably every second time that they come. And this is where I believe partnerships, collaborations, especially local collaborations, are a must. I was as I was discussing with you, like when we plan to launch our kids range later this year. Of course, we cannot have an approach of putting something in India which is not customized or localized for the Indian kids, and that is where I believe local collaborations, tie-ups is a must in my mind, and product fitment essentially will help us scale faster than just bringing standard product lines from our international range and force feeding that to the Indian consumers. So that is where a large part of our work is actually happening on. We are building a product lines both in apparel and footwear, which are driven by Indian styles and Indian color and Indian value sentiments. And of course, we need to have that quirky, fashion element or stitching to have a complete package. So yes, in India, we are actually having talks with a couple of brands for a possible collaboration. Unfortunately, I will not be able to share the names because the contracts are not signed. But yes, we will be doing that. If I look at from a global point of view, we recently did a collaboration with Melinda in China. We are actually doing a collaboration with Astrid Anderson for our sneakers and our fashion lines, and they are actually retail in most of the iconic retail or sneaker stores in the globe. So yes, exciting times, and more exciting with all the learnings that we are coming out with this entire COVID. So how do we, as a young brand, new brand, scale up without putting up too much of capex investment? That is the big question that we're trying to solve internally. Yeah.
That's really fantastic to know. So, I mean, would the kids collection be the first in India that you would be coming out with?
No. We retail kids across the globe. In fact, in Scandinavia, we are the #1 brand when it comes down to kids, even higher than all the peer sports brands who are giants, I would say. So, in fact, today itself is when we are actually launching our flagship kids store in Denmark. It's almost like a 3,000 square feet playground only related to kids. So there's a saying within Hummel that we take kids business very seriously. So it's not a kids play. So we offer almost like 1,000 plus SKUs globally. In India, of course, we will scale it as per the demands, because we do not want to get the pricing wrong. If we, again, as I said, right, previously, we have to be conscious about our consumers, and we cannot force feed them what works somewhere else. So that is what we are working on. We will be starting off with a limited drop and then scale it up as per the, the preference or as per the buys The good part is we have a robust tech-driven internal system that helps us optimize our merchandising very, very easily. So yeah, so looking forward to this actually.
Sure. Yeah, we're looking forward to it as well in the market. So it should be exciting times. So I'm going to actually come back to you and talk about digitization. But let me start with Anupam Biswas, who is actually from Urban Brands and today manages the Ed Hardy designs for Flying Machine and other brands. So, I mean, you're a design person, Anupam, and so you understand, I mean, what I would love to know is that particularly when you have a brand licensing agreement, how do you look at designs at the core of the brand? I mean, how do you ensure that you just don't stick to an image and you probably, you play with textures and you can have a more contemporary look depending upon the target age groups that you are looking out for in the merchandise. So how do you ensure that, and I mean, Ed Hardy is not something which is Indian either. So therefore, how do you make it connect with the Indian audience when such brand licensing agreements come into effect?
Yeah. So it's purely from the inceptions only. It depends when you take a license and what DNAs the brand contains, and it need to be merged. It need to be married between the brands, between the licensor and the whoever is taking the licensing. So it purely you need to foresee every part of it. Of course, each and every licensing brand has its own DNA. It has its own very target consumers. The TG is very, very strong. It had its own fan followings. It has its own goodwill. It has had its own brilliant goodwill which comes along with it, which you have to use it in a right manner, in a positive manner. And accordingly, against whatever the financial goals you have, your company or maybe whatever organizations you have to merge it along with it. So you have to see, basically, Indian market is surely not what European market is. Indian market is surely not what US market is. And same way for the rest of the markets, even the Southeast Asia market or wherever you take a Chinese market, they work very differently. The Ed Hardy out there is more luxurious brand. In India, it's more like approachable. It's still a cult. But still keeping the cult, the DNA of the brand along with it, you have to go and see whatever the possibilities and potential of the brand can be, where you can put your financial goals along with it. And it's more important whenever you licensing up a brand that you just don't take a license as a brand. You take along with its goodwill. You come with lot many arts along with it. It comes with a lot of authenticity. It comes along with it. It comes with a lot of extended reach. So it's you have, suppose, a brand along with you and you take a licensing, you have a market, but it will give you another extended reach. So you have to see how and in the best way what you have to take the brands along.
Sure. And I mean, particularly in case of, I mean, if I'm understanding it right, as the licensee for Ed Hardy, the idea is to do merchandise which is Ed Hardy and Flying Machine, or how does it work?
No. It's totally different. So Flying Machine is purely a brand which is owned by Arvind Brands. And currently we have licensed brands with us. Out of the whole portfolio of the brands what we have, Flying Machine is own Arvind Brands. Other than that, we have US Polo, we have Ed Hardy, we have Arrow, we have Aeropostale, we have Gap, you name Tommy Hilfiger, Calvin Klein. So it's a list of lots of licensed brands what we have. And they come into different structures of merchandising in terms of different TGs and different pyramid of consumer. So it addressed to everyone. The Flying Machine is purely as one of the pillar brands of Arvind's with US Polo, Arrow, Flying Machine. And it's 100% basically subsidiaries of Arvind Fashion Limited. Recently, in fact, we have got into JV with Flipkart, where the Walmart has taken over the stake in our brand.
Right.
And basically, it's purely for the online reach. You can't just ignore the online part of the market today.
Part now, yes.
So we currently, it's like it started almost in 80s, and then it's the Flying Machine. The inception started in 80s, and basically it's rolled down to a different model. Then we restarted in 2005, and from 2005 to 2010 till now 2020, we have grown multifolds. And in this whole course of time, it's not that being an Indian brand, we have collaborated with a lot of licensing, and it's always has come up with a lot of positive additional reach, what I would say. So it has always been a positive. So Ed Hardy is purely American brand and iconic cult brand with a lot of tattoo flash arts. And so that is purely what we have done in India is basically, of course, the Indian consumer is again very different. You have to segment it very, very differently. The northern customer is different from the south, and west is different from the east. So it has presence, it has beautiful presence and beautiful reach and approachability at north, predominantly at, I would say, the states like Punjab, Haryana, New Delhi, NCR. And when it's come to south, it becomes more mellow down. People acceptance are low. And even the categories, what we do are very strong in terms of winterwear, where the sweatshirts and the jackets comes and very, very more differently. So it goes more acceptable at northern part of the state, India.
Sure. And I mean, do you think that the learnings that you are going to get as a licensee being with Ed Hardy as a brand, are you also at some point of time at Arvind looking at becoming a licensor with your own brands for Flying Machine? Or, I mean, it's a pretty iconic brand for India.
Yeah, exactly. So currently we have tied up with partners, online partners for accessories for Flying Machine, which is exclusively the watches.
Right.
And started response, what we have got is like phenomenally well. We have licensed our sunglasses. So there are categories which can come up, and of course, if you have a brand, you should always take the advantage of getting into licensing into. And it's not just because of you want to earn up the extra markups out from there. It's more basically how you get yourself as a lifestyle brand, how you will take another extra reach, how you can add up one more layer. And this layer, maybe suppose you start doing watches, the customer who start liking watches, maybe will end up wearing your denims and t-shirts also. So it comes other way. So always, it's always better to have one more licensing, try to license and get another layer of customer. So we are doing it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, what other categories for Flying Machine could you possibly envision? I mean, or are you thinking about?
Currently, see, this accessories is big. In that also the caps, watches, bags. Yeah. So watches itself, because see this, the youth market in India with the average price point below, it's huge. It's humongous. And that too in online. When you come in online, then automatically the price sensitivity comes much more. People want more price sensitivity. So comparatively, they are brands. I wouldn't say that they were not brands. They are brands like Fast Track. You have brands which have the better presence. But this is purely unexplored. We can easily explore that part of it. And of course, we have done exclusive line of our footwear. So even that is also, we have got our online partners, which we are exclusively online retailing with them. And we have got a brilliant response out of it. These shoes are purely designed in India and partially made it in India, or maybe partially sourced from imported up also. And the response is phenomenally well.
Sure. And you think the price points are something that the customer relates to?
India market is purely dominated with the price point, at least with the brands what we handling up. If you take the pyramid of from the mass to the premium to the luxury to the premium to luxury and then super luxuries, I wouldn't say that, of course, the above part of it doesn't hits on too much on the pricing, but even a brand like USP or even Ed Hardy, purely price driven. After a point, the price plays a major role. But I wouldn't, even we have from the past 15 years since we have been working on the licensing and the brands, I've never said that, I've never find that it's impossible to, the price is not a hindrance. It's value which is more important. It's not that you have to sell it cheap. It's more important that you give that value and customer understands it. What I mean to say that if you can give it a value at 10,000 also, customer will understand. He will not mind not to pay for it. So as long as your brand has a good goodwill, you have a good value to it, and the product has a good value and quality to it, it works out brilliantly.
Sure. Okay, so I'm going to come back and ask you a few more questions, but let me first come to Roberto. So Roberto has joined us here from Europe, and today as he leads the Marie Claire brand in India and a lot of other markets. So Roberto, Marie Claire is largely a very women media, you know, it represents feminism, it represents beauty, lifestyle, fashion, everything which is related to women. So, I mean, for Marie Claire, how do you see these categories? And, you know, for Marie Claire, how, in fact, you know, you've sort of gone into so many streams. You're there in India in the beauty segment, you're in the fashion segment, and lots of even the optical segment. So what opportunities within Marie Claire brand, I mean, you perceived initially that could work very well in India? And then how was it that you came down to partnerships and price points that, as you know, Anupam also said that India is a very price sensitive market. And the minute you understand that, you have a very large customer base here in India. So how did the whole collection started happening and licensing deals started happening for Marie Claire?
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. And well, of course, as you said, Marie Claire is very much committed to women, is a publisher at the beginning since over 50 years. So very much committed to women, very much listening to women. So this is the core from the first beginning, from the founder, let's say. As you know, Marie Claire is still an 100% family-run business. So the DNA from the founder is still the core when we come up with journalism, and then when we expand worldwide through product. And of course, Marie Claire addresses currently 80 million women across 27 countries, 15 languages roughly, so very much committed to it. When it comes to India, we open fashion apparel about 5 years ago. So we're still a new brand in this territory. And the idea was from the first beginning to expand fashion, beauty, and home, which are the three pillars coming from the journalistic point of view. So we started with apparel. We started with a ready-to-wear collection. We are still 100% online. So we have no retail shops and no physical distribution. We just work through two exclusive partners online, and we are now renewing this agreement for the next 5 years. Basically, our idea is to remain 100% online for this category of product, and of course to expand more in what we might talk later about, you know, temporary or experienced shops. So, you know, this kind of approach, which now are very much effective to study new consumer behavior, which is a specific part of this job when you want to expand a brand in a new territory. So still, apparel is one small category of fashion group. And of course, we are now more experienced, and we are now ready to create more specific cluster of clientship in terms of not only geographically speaking, of course, what our partner said before, India is a fantastic geographic experience first, but of course then it has to deal with ages, with needs. We don't really deal with students, for instance. We are very much successful somehow in the Far East with the teenagers. We're still not focusing teenagers in India, so there are a lot to be done still. The product actually is made in India, distributed in India. Talking about the Indian license, we might come across with other opportunities because we have other partners worldwide and specifically on Asian markets. We might coordinate to develop further and to target more in detail some categories of product. For instance, I would say activewear, jersey lines, all these categories that are very successful somewhere might be successful also for Marie Claire in India shortly. So this is where we are in fashion. And of course, we are now in beauty with two directions. One is specifically product and one is specifically services. Product, once again, is an online distribution with a specific agreement at the first level of makeup and then expanding in personal care. For the moment, we will launch 12 new products hopefully within the end of the year. And this will be a fantastic taste because Marie Claire has a beauty, let's say, Marie Claire represents and sounds like a beauty brand. If you make a survey worldwide, first of all, what Marie Claire stands for is beauty. Then is fashion, and then is home. So it's incredible, but how strong is the link with the brand and the beauty? So it will be a fantastic project, and of course we started already 2 years before with the beauty salon, and this is a fantastic experience because this is a service. This is by definition offline. This is real estate. This is committing with the teams and clients, and this is a fantastic experience to understand much more what beauty product might be. So we are in both direction, of course, limiting the expansion this last 6 months, unfortunately, but beauty salon is expanding pretty much, and the result is really good. The feedback is really important for us to read even more what are the expectations. So now we really need to combine this new aspect of launching product, starting with makeup, and then to combine them together. And the third category will be home, and we have already 2 partners on board for home product, as well as for a project of boutique hotel, which will be combined together in order to create the world of. Unfortunately, I must say 1 year delayed. This was a 2021 project, but I believe for product might be 21, 22, for hospitality will be 22, 23. So basically, this is where we are now.
Sure. And I mean, since you mentioned beauty salon over here, do you think, I mean, from a licensor's perspective, how do you look at services as a category? This was a pure service category, while, obviously the other categories look to be more product categories. Fashion is a product category, merchandise category, but this is a service category. So how different as a licensor you think of both these categories in different buckets, and what outcomes do you perceive when you think of categories which are totally different?
It is definitely is a great question because let me tell you, India is the first experience in services. And the idea came from our current partner, insisting of launching services branded Marie Claire Paris. And once again, the status of being a beauty iconic brand helped a lot, but still we were brand new in this market, so it was really tough. As I told you, we have opened the first 10 beauty salons, and the results are really, really interesting, but not only because of the successful experience in terms of a return, but also because we learn a lot and we understand in a country so different and so dense, we understand a lot what beauty means. Second of all, through beauty salon, we touch men as well, which is not our category of, we are not committed with men as we are with women. And as you know, Marie Claire is a feminine magazine.
Yes.
So it's very interesting to approach men. It's very interesting to approach men through beauty, once again, because it's a fantastic category to explore. So it's an experience beyond the business, I would say, with a great potential for the future. And on the top of it, of course, there is a project of academies. Marie Claire as a group invested in a French laboratory here in Paris and invested in academies, in French academies. So now we are running some experience and we want to share this experience. Our partner is also very much interested in running academies and to train, not to train people just to drive and to lead people inside the Marie Claire group, but just to train people in this fantastic category, which is beauty. So this is something also that will be a learning, a fantastic experience to learn even more. And student category will help a lot for us to, to enter this category of clientship. So what will be done in the next few years will be fantastic compared to what has been done up to now, which is, I would say, more a classic approach. What has been done up to now is more a classic approach to approach a new market through typical categories of product. What we have in mind, and according to the fact that I would love to complete this project with more commitment, Ritu, what I have in mind in terms of committing with local societies, local territories, and bringing more brand value. And this would be the experience, and this would be what the licensor should bring for the future.
Sure, absolutely. I completely agree, so it's not just about doing business, but also the commitment one shows to the society and the upliftment of the country in which you're working. One, even in a small way, it goes very far for the country as well as for the brand together. So, one question I have for all of you is that today with pandemic, so deeply upon us, how has digitization been your forte for everybody? I mean, for licensing, from what I have been reading, it sort of brings you much closer to your customer, because already the brand is very big. The brand recall for the customer is very big. And once they see it online, they get much more attracted. We've already seen this, particularly for sports. We've already seen it for fashion brands, that, the customer now feels or more engaged with the brand when he sees the collection in the online or the digital space. So, I would love to ask all of you that how has digital sort of given a push to your licensing merchandise in these times, and also going forward, what is going to be the digital strategy for the brand? Let's start with you, Anupam.
Yeah, so the most important part is it's analytics. The digital comes with a lot of analytics, and in today's world, when we sit and design, it's parallelly we have dashboard which comes along with us and which gives us a purely reflection what is selling in all the online portals, and to the detail that to which sleeve, to which color, to which button. So it comes with a lot of analytics. What you need to do is data mining out of it, makes your best call out of it, refine those data and use it as per the DNAs of the brand. And so basically it's in today's world, it's almost, I would say that it's impossible to stay away with the digitalization. Not just because to reach, it's about what you said, it's a customer connect. This is where I would say that it's not just the online presence. I would say that Instagram is the brilliant way to know what your consumer is. It just doesn't tell you basically how much is the depth of the consumer width is, but it gives you the psychological characters of the customers, which is the most important part to understand and to design accordingly for your collections. Unless until you don't know what kind of thought process he's going through, that's exactly what gives you the digitalization. So even our dashboards, when we have our customized dashboards, we have our page Instagram, which keeps on coming up and which refines up and showing up all to the designers that this is what the customer is looking at, what he wants, these are the comments, these are the thought process, what he's giving it. So, and other than that, the best part of it, it's a quick runs. If any of the digital portals or online partners, they have phenomenally brilliant data, what they have. And for them, it's easy. In fact, very recently, there was a study came, although right now there's no airport look going on, but still the joggers and airport sets are selling the most. So surprisingly, I don't know, people are wearing at home, or they want to keep it because they're at home, working at home. So there was a need, and we have very flexible manufacturing in our supply chain, and we did it. And somehow it's already in the process of getting delivered. So it's the connect is very fast. So what I would say that without digitalization, you can't see it. To understanding your customer, to understand the psyche of the customer, and you have to be in both the parts. You need to learn how to do the data mining, the analytics of it, and of course to evolve how to characterize your customers.
Sure. And I mean, do you, as a licensee now see, and particularly now, you since you wear at Urban, you wear the hat of both a licensee as well as a licensor for some categories. Do you think with digitization, it has given more power to the licensee to be able to reach the the market faster, to reach the customer faster? And, I mean, going forward, what do you think for a brand, a digital strategy is going to be?
So yeah, exactly. So basically the reach becomes much more bigger. It's become faster, but the way you're saying, suppose in the year and there are lot many movies are coming, the moving licensing is big. Whether it's Top Gun, whether it's 83 or any of the movies, there's a big movies coming up. You can always take up a part of that. And all of them will have a different, maybe the Top Gun will come with the jacket range. It'll add on one more layer to it. 83 will come with maybe just athleisure and sports, or maybe retro sport of kind of a clothing, or casual, retro casual clothing. So it totally adds on to your whatever part you want to do it. Whether, let's say, suppose Fortnite or Minecraft, that will give you another layer to your customer base where you're starting at it. So these are all the teens. And you always want them because these are the people who will in next 5 years, 6 years, they will fall into your brand. So again, so you have to take it in the short term. Of course, it gives you a lot of freshness. It gives you a lot of wowness. It gives you a lot of connect. It gives you a lot of up to date. But in the long run also, you can always plan it up. If you keep on doing these kind of connect, these kind of licensing collab, it will always layer up another customer line for you in future. Because predominantly, let's say about Fortnite or Minecraft, these are like purely used by the teens, and the amount of time they spend is like crazily. It's not even what we do in WhatsApp and Instagram. It's together, even the average time what they spend is far much more than that. So it's a big market, and you should tap them up first. And it's always important that it gives you much more better that how the consumer will be behaving. If this teen is behaving like this in next 5 years, how it's going to be.
Yeah. Sure. No, totally agree with you. So, I mean, let me ask you this, and I think Anupam just touched upon, these gaming platforms like Fortnite and Minecraft and Roblox. So, I was talking to a Japanese investor yesterday, the AET fund, which actually sort of invests in a lot of these animation properties. And he made a very good point that today, particularly he said in Japan, people are far less going to Facebook and Instagram and far more engaged and spend a lot more time on Fortnite. In fact, it's almost become like the WhatsApp and WeChat of Japan for them. And I mean, so given the fact that, today, while when we think of digital, probably the first 2 or 3 places that come to us is Instagram or Facebook. But do you see for Hummel it becoming much bigger? Even platforms like gaming platforms or sports, Desire Sports platform, they becoming a bigger digital push for you for the product?
Glad that you asked me this. We just signed up a 3-year deal with Astralis Group. That's one of the biggest gaming platform, that operates in the world. And I'm not a user of this group, but I'm pretty sure they play all the games that the teenagers or the game mavericks. They love to play. So yes, I'm saying, like we are now starting to interact with a whole new set of generation, who just doesn't want to buy into something, like if it's not if it's not, how do I say, sustainable. So when I say sustainable, like there are two types of consumers that we have seen. One who looks at product sustainability, like the product needs to have certain sustainable characteristics and all. Especially, like our yoga lines and all. Our women consumers, they are extremely, proud to pick up the sustainable wares or the, clothes made from ethical sourcing and all. So we realize there is that one a big consumer base which will eventually take over this entire how do I say, the current consumer base which we feel. So the second is this new age consumer base who are a whole new different how do I say, new different way, like we simply cannot comprehend, like their thoughts. I'd still say what we are trying to do is a classical approach that, okay, they are in these platforms, so let us be in these platforms, let us collaborate. But I sincerely believe in the next couple of years, we'll actually start understanding what they seek, because they are looking for, product lines, they are looking for thought processes which are extremely, how do I say, iconic. So they would when recently, like all the, let's say, the right noises that were being made around Black Lives Matter and all, and our young consumers, they started demanding like action from us, which we, of course, as a socially like conscious brand, we would have anyways done. But this is the tone that they have, like, because they believe they're a part of the brand, they own this brand, they are the right, like rightful shareholders. So this sentiment, like if we are not true to the sentiment, then I believe there would be a big like misfit in coming in the years. We just cannot say that, okay, like you like esports, so we are partnering with, and that's the end of the commitment. No, we have to get into that, like whole, that why do they communicate via these platforms, and why they do not communicate via an Instagram or a WhatsApp or a WeChat. We have to understand that. We have to understand that they have a very different social behavior when they're on that particular group. And when you approach them over there, it just cannot be simply like, okay, you can buy this T-shirt with this logo. They want something more. So I can safely say that we are on the direction, but it will take us some bit of time. So to understand how this licensing, portfolio will help us. And I think, like Roberto said something beautiful, like think of, like iconic brand which has been focusing on women, now identifying a whole new consumer base of men through beauty, which in a traditional setup we can't even imagine, right? So we have to open our minds, and that is where I think the game will change in the next couple of days. That, yeah, digital is, and I think Anupam touched it beautifully, digital is not just selling online, like it's a whole ecosystem that you have to build. And we are working towards it. We are trying to get to the data as real time as possible, but I'll still say it's like we don't know exactly how the future is going to play out. We are trying to build up the tools, and we're going to analyze over the next couple of years, and then probably prepare our roadmap. So yeah.
Sure. No, I think you put it very well that, you have to actually understand the behavior of the customer, and therefore be able to talk to him or her in the same language, which is very important today. So no matter what the platform it needs to sort of, the pushing the product alone is not going to make only sense over here. So yeah, we're completely looking forward to that side of digital, and I think we're just beginning to start on that side. So Roberto, I mean, particularly for the product side that you have, how do you play it out on digital? I mean, even for that matter, the service side, Do you think people sort of book their services for the salon online and actually go out and take services in the salon? I mean, and of course, right now it's so hard to predict, but do you see that becoming the future?
Yes, I can see that from the first beginning. Of course, still we are at the beginning, and we have the typical Instagram account for each category of product, for each beauty salon, but still there is a lot to be done. But of course, the reaction is typical. I mean, whenever you have an Instagram account, clients love to post, clients love to be liked, you know. I mean, this is typical from the first beginning. What I want to emphasize is that when I talk about Marie Claire, I always say Marie Claire is a voice somehow. No, it comes from journalism, from feminism, is a voice. So what I have in mind is more how to bring this voice through the digital. Of course, what has been said is exactly where we are, because we work with data analysis, which are fantastic and so important for us to create product, to adjust product, and to react fast. This is certainly true. The way I said, we are basically 100% online for product, and of course we have partners with a great data elaboration, fantastic. The point is that I need to come up with my own message, with my own voice, as I said, and so I need to build my own digital scenario, which means that for the moment Marie Claire in India is not considered as a voice, is not perceived, of course. So there is a lot to be done, but more as a digital approach than talking about, as historically was the case, magazines, among other things. So it's more a digital approach to become a consistent voice, according to the fact that we will be in the market with beauty content, with fashion content, with lifestyle content.
Sure. No, absolutely. I agree with you. So I've been actually being tipped on the time. So I have one final question from all of you, which, let me touch upon the revenue side of things. And, I mean, from a returns perspective, how do you think licensing is going to be game changing for the licensor as well as the licensee in the coming times? And I mean, what is it that both will have to change in order to be able to make this deal profitable and make it more worthwhile for both the parties? So let me start with Anupam. Anupam, very quickly, we have just about 5 minutes for the question.
So what I would suggest is basically both the parties should look into the long-term part of it. As the economies like India, which is the brilliant growth, is trapped, and we have a huge long way to go, and still the licensing is still very unexplored, I would say. And the market out here is youth, and it's big, and the consumer is growing up each and every category. And what is happening right now, let's minus that up. I again say that basically the buying in and the consumerism is not going to stop. So the consumer story is still, it's on, and we should look for a much more bigger and much more viable, and give it a time to it. And that's what is more important.
Sure. Roberto?
Yeah, briefly, I believe the key is the licensee. First of all, the business model must be very well, very much successful for the licensee, first of all. So whenever I meet with investors, I always insist on this point. So first of all, licensee must really capitalize on this investment first. Second of all, licensor and licensee, the way I see things, will be more and more partner, also financially speaking.
Okay, that's great. So?
Yeah, so I think rightly touched upon. I'll if I have to just sum it in a very non-political way. We have to join hands as partners. So we cannot expect to move in that there will be an upfront huge minimum guarantee. Like it has to be more that you make money, I make money, like that kind of thing. The second is one of the biggest challenges I believe in this particular industry is data, right? That how much one is actually selling and how much is actually making. So how that is something that I believe as an industry we have to all come forward on a particular table and put forward some best practices so that this, once we know that this is the data, this is what this is actually selling and this much is my share and this much is your share, I think all the problems would get solved. So trust is the biggest challenge in this particular data point in India as of now.
Or no, I think well said. I think that is certainly required when you're entering into such business relationships.
Yeah.
So very quickly, we just received one question from our audience where Mr. Sharif is asking, how do you look at licensing in collaboration with influencers and celebrities? So, anybody, Som, you want to take it up?
Yes, actually, we are. We have been actually brainstorming on this. And see, the whole idea is that we were thinking that our consumers have evolved, like the traditional, yes, may not be a huge segment as it's touched upon by the Marvels or the DCs, but let's say even a popular influencer or a popular music band will have its own cult audience. And can we actually, capitalize on that from a brand perspective and also from a, like an extension perspective that, yeah, it fits into our product and mind share. So yes, we are exploring that. Yeah.
Sure. Well, I think this was a wonderful panel. Some great points that all of you have made, and particularly Som, I love the tattoo on your arm. So humble. It's like taking the brand right there on your skin. And thank you very much, Anupam. Thank you, Roberto, for sharing this wonderful insights. And I think, given what you have shared, the retail industry, the licensing industry, and the licensees themselves are going to be far more richer just getting these ideas and therefore being able to enact upon it and empower themselves with it. So thank you very much for joining us here for this talk today. And hopefully next time we meet without the screen and in person.
Hopefully soon.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the India Licensing Virtual Expo Conference session entitled Asia, the Epicenter of New Growth. My name is Roger Berman, President of ZenWorks, a licensing consultancy and agency based in Tokyo, but operating globally. It's my pleasure to be today's moderator. It's also an honor to have some great panelists today, all experts in their respective fields. If you have any questions, and if you're using the platform, could you drop them into the chat window and we will look at your questions afterwards. First, over to you, Charles. Could you just give a brief introduction on yourself?
So I'm Charles To, a partner of Ella Allen, a Hong Kong law firm, and I head up the corporate commercial practice. I'm specializing in technology and licensing. And I was previously senior legal counsel for Tencent and Fox Networks.
Great, thank you very much. And Harry?
Yes. I'm Harry Yoon, and I'm VP of Studio Mokoji, which is a Korean animation studio. I've been in the overseas marketing 20+ years, and also licensing and merchandising. And I'm happy to be joining this session. Thank you.
Great. And then next we move to Kauri.
I'm working for CAGBG, which is a global licensing agency. And I work, which has 25 different offices. And I work for the Japan office ever since its establishment in 20 years ago. And we operate and handle various brands, such as Mercedes-Benz, Playboy, Coca-Cola, and also characters such as Peanuts, Netflix, Sony Pictures movies, so and so on. So I'm looking forward to sharing more detail to you later in this session. Thank you.
Thanks. And we have one more person, Tony Zhu from Vipo Global in China, but he's apparently having some connection problems. So hopefully we can bring Tony into the conversation a little bit later. Just maybe I'll give a quick plug about myself. I've been in Japan for 35 odd years. I've been in the licensing industry for as long a time. My company is a consulting agency, working with clients such as Kikoman, Soy Sauce, TV Tokyo Communications, Lemon Sky Animation in Malaysia. Essentially, I help companies monetize their IP globally. Anyway, so looks like we're starting without Tony, so gremlins aside. So thank you, everyone. So to kick off with some background on the session today, according to the 2020 Global Licensing Industry Study from Licensing International, the trade body, worldwide sales revenue generated by licensing grew to nearly $290 billion US in 2019. That's a 4.5% increase over the previous year. North and South Asia and the Pacific together accounted for about 11.3% share, totaling about $39.4 billion US. The study cited the Asia region as a big growth factor, but let me quote from the survey. The study, growth here was primarily driven by strong licensing expansion in order of magnitude in India, Brazil, China, Vietnam, the Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand, Colombia, and Peru. So 2/3 of those countries are in Asia, and I'm very happy to tell you today that India was #1 on that list. It's not bad. Of course, these are all pre-COVID-19 figures. The coronavirus has impacted us personally and professionally in so many ways, and it remains to be seen how the industry will look in the future. However, licensing is a resilient, flexible, and forward-looking business. For example, now we're seeing an even faster shift to e-commerce from physical retail, a trend that had actually started a few years ago with the emergence and overtaking the industry by Amazon. And also people now getting used to, as people get used to working from home, we're also seeing increasing sales of categories which have been fairly quiet up to now, including outdoor and sporting goods, toys and games, gardening items, home interior, and baking goods. So I'm going to ask our speakers in a minute to just give us their thoughts on how COVID-19 has affected their markets and what is the outlook. And now we have Tony. Tony, are you there? Are you with us?
Yes, I'm already here for just when you begin, I'm already here. I don't know why you cannot see me, yeah?
Okay, Tony, welcome to the session. Give a very brief introduction about yourself, and then please let us know how COVID-19 has affected China market in terms of your business, okay?
Okay, my name is Tony. I'm the founder of Vipo Global Limited. We are licensee of many international brands, including from preschool brands like Peppa Pig, PJ Masks, Paw Patrol, My Little Pony, and now lifestyle brand including Moomin, Snoopy, The Little Prince. The influence of Corona-19 is really huge for China market as globally, but science, the control is very well. So we have a remarkable recovery during the past 2 months, 2-3 months, especially on the offline market. For the online, as globally is increasing, but offline, it depends on which kind of products. So we can talk in detail when I talk more, okay?
Great, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Calorie, how have things been going on in our home country of Japan?
Yes, of course, same as the other countries, business is slow and in suffering, especially the retailer and apparel industry, which is a huge impact on our licensing business as well. But as Roger mentioned earlier, online shopping is increasing. So the company who has a real retail store on the street is suffering very much. But if they have an online shop as well, then the online sales is covered for the less sales of the actual shop. So they are lucky enough to survive. And also the online shopping is increasing. So especially the like foods and drinks and also like sanitation goods because of this. So there is the good industry and bad industry. But also because people stay home, there is people look around your home more. So there's like furnitures or like cosmetics or gymnastic, and those materials we use when you're staying home is actually increasing, as well
Right.
as the streaming channels and the gaming. You know,
Right.
again, people stay home and do nothing, and, you know, nothing to do and
Right.
cannot go outside. So they, you know, watch TVs or do the games. So
Right.
there are a positive side of that.
Okay.
If you look
Great.
at
Well, thank you. Harry, Korea's been very much complimented internationally on its handling of the coronavirus. How is licensing done there?
Yes, that's why I survived here, thanks to my government. And at the early months of this year, when the corona break out, and all the economy just stopped, like other countries, also in Korea. But focusing on the licensing for the kids, that was made a success comparing with last year, because kids stay home, do not go to school, just watch TV and mostly animation. So the kids are familiar now, exposure to the characters. And to the licensee's point, at first they were afraid to do a more licensing deals. But 3 months ago, government had a stimulus check to boom the local economy. So due to the check, kids can have the toy they wanted. So not all the categories, but toy and stationery goods, they made a good success, good sales during the first half of this year. But stimulus checks are done, so we are waiting for the second stimulus check by the government. Maybe they can stimulate the local industry, mainly for the. And besides that, all economies are slow or even stopped.
Right.
And to the licensee's point, they are afraid to invest early because nothing is sure for coming years. So
Right.
because of their standard, so it's very hard for the licensors to cut the deal with big licensees.
Right. Okay.
So
Thanks. So, some bright spots there, especially with toy licensees running out of stock, an enviable situation to be in. Charles, I know you come from looking at things always from a legal standpoint, but how have can you offer some thoughts on how the situation's been in Hong Kong for licensees or licensors?
I think echoing what other speakers have mentioned, people actually consume more content now because people are forced to stay home.
Mm-hmm.
And there is actually a need for content and therefore licensing. But things we've been seeing is licensees are now tend to be more conservative in the license fees and license fee structures. So possibly a much lower license fee or a more revenue sharing basis.
Right,
but
right.
A lot of companies, I mean, they do need to plan, and it's not like everything is stopped, because you do need to plan for the future. And it seems like COVID is here to stay for at least for a year or two. And it's not something that would be resolved in the next couple of months. So businesses have to make plans for that. And so we do see deals going on, but often it's a lot more conservative on the commercial approaches.
as a lawyer, have you seen a lot of your clients asking you about this clause, force majeure, regarding unprecedented events in contracts?
Yeah, we actually early this year we actually wrote an article on force majeure, and I mean, looking at agreements, most of them it's be extremely difficult to invoke the force majeure clause unless it's specifically stated pandemic.
Right.
There are agreements now which are newly signed where it does specifically mention COVID-19.
Right.
But those are rare, and I would say it's the exception rather than the norm.
Okay. All right. Great. Okay. Thank you, everybody. So moving on to our subtopics, I'm actually going to kick off with Charles. Would you care to share with the audience your thoughts on legal and IP concerns in Asian markets, please? Just could you talk for a few minutes?
Yeah, sure. I mean, starting off with, let's say, China being one of the largest markets in Asia and possibly the world, I have to say it has come a long way in terms of IP protection. So if you went back 10 years, 20 years, it was the common view that intellectual property was not protected in mainland China, especially if you were not a domestic company. Your IP would just not be protected at all. But now it has come a long way, and from handling work for clients and even seeing the recent court judgments, the courts now in China are taking a much friendly approach towards foreign brand owners. So as a few examples, there was a high-profile case between New Balance and a PRC company called Xinbalun, which is a transliteration of New Balance. And initially, in China, at the first hearing, it was said that New Balance was an infringement of the local brand.
Mm-hmm.
And after appeal now, the PRC company has been ordered to pay damages to New Balance. And similarly, there was a case of Michael Jordan versus Qiao Dan, which is the known Chinese name of Michael Jordan. And similarly, there was a dispute as to whether this brand was infringing Michael Jordan's intellectual property. And so the court at the end held that Michael Jordan has rights in China. So you could see that the views and the stance of PRC courts have been changing.
Right. Was there anything specific which brought around, because a number of years ago we would not have seen that, I think. Was there anything which brought around like that sort of sea change, which kind
I would say it's multiple factors, but one of them is obviously there are some politics involved between US and China, but even putting that aside, being a individual in mainland China now, the ordinary citizen is a lot more likely to be aware of intellectual property protection, whereas 20 years ago, people might not even know what it is. So similarly, the courts are more likely to uphold it. And obviously, because of the past developments in China, Chinese companies actually own a lot of intellectual property as well. And therefore, the courts now are more inclined to uphold protection for IP.
Right.
And I think on that note, it's actually very important, whether you're a domestic company or a foreign brand, to have the relevant registrations in place in China. Because whether you're doing enforcement work or even if you want to open a shop on the e-commerce sites like Taobao, owned by Alibaba, often to show that you have the rights of the brand, you actually need to show that you have the local registration in China in terms of trademark and in copyright. Mm-hmm. Although copyright's not strictly required, a lot of the offices would ask you for a copy of the copyright registration before they would entertain any takedown request.
Right. Thank you. It's actually very interesting because I mean, I've worked with a number of Japanese licensors who have sold into China. Say, for example, if they wanted to sell licensed product into a department store, maybe Isetan in Shanghai or wherever, they had to show a copy of the trademark registration, all different kinds of paperwork, something which we wouldn't see in Japan. So in some ways, China is stricter than other markets when it comes to that sort of thing.
Yep.
Anyway.
Absolutely. I mean, in terms of that production of evidence, I mean, I was in-house with Tencent and with Fox before. So I've been on both sides of the receiving material and requesting material. You would see a lot of multinationals, even as big as this US studios.
Right.
They would be, because the ERC policy is very strict that these companies put in place, so they would ask for evidence from, let's say, Fox, that you own the rights to a certain movie, despite that generally everyone in the world knows you own it, but they're not going to entertain that unless you give them a copyright certificate.
Right. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so thank you very much. That's really useful insight from about the China market. Of course, China internationally in licensing, I think, is now, might be the third, is going to be, if it's not third, it will certainly be the second largest market worldwide. So hopefully that's a place India will be in a few years' time. So moving on to the Korean market, which has a reputation as being an innovator in the digital space. So Harry, the audience would like to hear your thoughts on if and how Korea has been cashing in on the digital boom.
Oh, besides Korea, worldwide is already in transforming to a digitalized. Every content, all the content is digitalized. And traditionally, licensors promote their content through the limited channels like television and radios, and etc. And recently, as you may be aware, that SNS and a lot of different platforms are more powerful even than the linear channels, class 1. And so because of the transformation of the platform and based on the digital transformation, which caused the licensing characters and others it's different from what it has been before. Usually it's animated characters. Now you can have SNS stars or webtoon. They were digitalized and the services through the Kakao and others, SNS, they are so huge, booming. So, and also bus, we have monitors at the bus and subway, even elevator in the apartment. You can promote your content. So YouTube is a major one for the new media. And so back to the maybe 10 years ago, comparing with that, digital changed everything. So that also caused the licensing business in Korea mainly used to be just for kids. But because of the new platform and the digital transformation, the age is expanded to 20s and 30s and the ladies. And that is good for the licensors and licensees in Korean market.
Right. That's very interesting. I especially, I mean, BTS made headlines the other day with the new single, the new song, which has received the most YouTube views ever. And of course, BTS have been active with Line to make that character. Was it BT21?
Yeah,
I think is the name of the character series based on the Line characters, and so it's very interesting to see the crossover, and really, you know, with Korea pushing things on the digital front.
Because I'm sorry, because as you mentioned, the Line Friends characters, and also Kakao Kids family friends, they are huge booms here, because that two characters expand the licensees market, because young adults, they love that characters. Even my father, now getting 85, he has one of the icons of that Kakao Friends.
I think that might be the takeaway comment from today. Harry's dad, who's 85, likes characters. Oh. Anyway, okay. Thanks very much for that. Thanks very much for that insight. So now moving on to my home market. Behind me, you can see this is where is it? I can't get my finger the right way. Tokyo Tower. Tokyo Tower in red behind me. Talking about Japan, Kaori, could you share with us some of your thoughts on what we've been asked to talk about, diversity of licensing in Japan?
Yes, okay. Japan is a quite unique market, as everybody knows, unique and different. So I will talk about the diversity of the licensing and especially focusing on Japan. And as you know, in the licensing industry, there are character entertainment category and also the brand category. And in Japan, I don't know much about the other countries, but character entertainment is so strong. So about 70 to 75% of the business is still made by character entertainment, and the brands are only 20 to 25. And within this huge ratio of the character entertainment business, there are so many different characters and entertainment properties, from like a big name like Disney, Snoopy, Star Wars, Marvels, as well as in Japan, the character is so many, Japanese characters and TV animations such as Pokemon, One Piece, Doraemon, you name it. So it's really competitive market. That's the first thing. And besides that, now, as I mentioned before, there's a lot of gaming character emerging now to Japan. So Fortnite, Minecraft, League of Legends, and of course, like Mario Brothers and Dragon Quest, the classic games, those property are getting more popular as well. On top of that, as Harry mentioned, the digital world is coming. So in the lines or mobile phone stickers, so those are like new, originated characters and not coming from the TV or movie, but just the ordinary person can draw some icon and then put it on the mobile phone. And then this character becomes so popular and then becoming licensable properties. So that's is really happening. And I think it's quite unique for the Japanese market because everybody uses these stickers, not like Harry's father, but also in Japan, from kids to senior persons. So and this unknown property is becoming so huge without any investment or anything. So that's really good for everyone because of the internet and digital world, value. So that's unique. And also in Japan, even character entertainment, it's not for the kids, but the adult is having a lot of access to this character merchandising. So for example, like these game characters, there is a very high quality figures, which cost like $200 or $300, and adult male is collecting it, paying tons of the money to make, series of this collection. Or even wear the t-shirts cost like $100, and then all the collaboration with the adult fashion street brands, they collaborate with the characters. So, not only kids, but also including adults market. I think that made our character licensing business even bigger.
Okay, great.
And also the collaboration, just on top of that, like a
collaborations.
very super brand collaboration, like a Louis Vuitton / League of Legends. They made like a 10,000, 100,000 of the leather jacket or something, and also Adidas / Pokemon. Again, that's only target for adult, and Pokemon is a kids animation, but and Hello Kitty with a Coach. So the super brand also work with the characters to increase the adult market.
I definitely think collaborations have very much, I mean, primarily a marketing objective collaboration, not necessarily want to make a lot of money out of, but it's a way of connecting with the consumer and providing a new type of cool, so to speak. Yes, right.
Okay.
Great.
And also, in addition to the physical products, the service area is also increasing. That's also additional area. So the themed cafe, like Snoopy Cafe, or the escaping room, so experiential type of the service is also a new area of the licensing, which is getting very popular in Japan.
Right. Okay, that's it's all stuff I very much concur with, and yes, it's all true.
Yeah, should I talk about the brand a little bit?
Actually, I think we need to move on. We're starting to get a bit pressed for time.
Yeah.
Do we have Tony with us? Is Tony there? Not sure we have Tony with us right now, but I know, maybe Kaori, please can you talk about brands while we wait for Tony to come back?
Okay, just to give you like a brand has a lot of, again, different kinds, from car brand, food brand, fashion brand, of course, cosmetic brands. So many types of brand, and also those many different type of brand can license to many, many different various products. So I will give you the two examples if I have a time. One is the Mercedes-Benz, which is the very luxury car brand, but they are making a car, so they cannot making other product. That's why they do license, but they want to keep this high quality, nice Germany, European luxury image. So we license to the bicycle because that's very close to the car, you know, the mobility and everything. So the car and luggage also have a wheels, and then strollers. And so those are very relative expansion of the brand from the car, but still keep the quality and image of the brand. That's very important to do the licensing for the brand. Unlike character, you can keep the character image and then don't have to worry about. The brand is invisible, so you have to really careful about to keep the brand image. So that's a very high-end brand example. And also the Hershey's, I want to give you the Hershey example. Hershey is a chocolate brand, American chocolate brand, and the food brand. And then food and beverage area is also like very emerging and then increasing category in the licensing industry. And because Hershey is a chocolate brand, we can do any food or drink which is chocolate flavor. So we license.
You can do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because Hershey is a chocolate brand, so it has to be chocolate flavor. Well, you can add another flavor like green tea or strawberry or vanilla, but you have to have a chocolate as a chocolate brand. So we license to ice cream or cereals and cookies or pudding or dessert, chocolate cake. So those are all different area of the food licensing, which made so successful. And in addition to that, we also license to cosmetics and the gifts and apparel. So actually, the sales of the core chocolate business is less than licensing sales. So licensing, the whole revenue of the licensed product exceeds the core business, which is the beauty of the licensing. So licensing helps the core business and core brand from the, from the side to increase the brand image and also consumer touch point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks. That's very, very interesting insight from Kari there. Well, we were going to ask, if we can get Tony back before the session finishes, we'll be asking him to talk a little bit about the focus on China and the new lifestyle boom. But just what Tony, I think, was, if we can get him back, his company, Vipo Global, started out as primarily as a toy licensee, targeting preschool characters, targeting preschoolers using preschool characters. But more recently, his company took on the Moomins franchise, looking at more of an adult demographic and positioning his products in the lifestyle category. And if we get him back, we'll try and get him to share some of his comments on the sort of the lifestyle boom taking place in China right now. But I'd actually like to move on to some questions. I don't think we've had any questions in through the chat right now. So I'd just like to move over to, I've actually prepared some questions for the panelists here. Do any of you have any perception about India as a license, as a market, either for content content consumption or in terms of licensing, and how it is perceived in your own markets. Maybe can I start with Harry?
Right, my pleasure. I've been to India 3 times by myself, and the first impression was, wow, it's a huge market. I can feel it. When I touched down the airport, wow, that was a huge market. And the second question is, how can I get in here? Because India has a lot of languages, it as authorized languages. So I sold a couple of animation series to India, and the dubbing was another issue to sell it, and that's the impression of what I had, and that's the experience I had. And for the licensing part, yes, there's more keys, so there is a market, but their expense to pay is very low. And so, yes, you can multiply the numbers of the population, even you said 1 cent, but you can be a millionaire. But again, the point is how. So my experience tells me that getting to the India is finding a best partner. That was the decision I made, and still I believe that finding a best partner. Do not try to get in by yourself instead.
Right. Well, I know that's a sentiment which works really in most markets, is to find a good partner you can work with, who you can trust, and you can build up a good relationship with. Charles, I mean, have you had any exposure to the Indian market at all through your work?
Yeah. I used to actually cover India when I was in-house as well.
Please tell us about it.
So I think I echo what you mentioned just now and what Harry mentioned. It's a big market, obviously, but it's also a very difficult market for a foreigner to just go in and operate. You do need local partners. And one thing I've seen in my previous roles and even with clients now, there's a large population, but the average income is still quite low. So how do you actually turn it into a business model? I mean, there's obviously a desire to consume licensed content, whether it's video or just general merchandise, but whether people are actually able to pay for it is a different matter. So I think creative business models have to be come up with the local partners.
Right. I was working with an educational services provider who have a very popular preschool animated character in Japan. And when we were looking at the Indian market, we were told it would need to be dubbed into about 6 or 7 local languages in order to penetrate all the major markets. Yeah. So, and of course, dubbing is quite a cost, and you can't get away with subtitles. So, which is the case with any preschool character, really.
But I think one thing to think about is not just licensing into India, but I think there is some aspects of where actually India could license content out. Especially, let's say, in the area of Bollywood. It's actually a very popular genre globally.
Yes, very much so. And I think some of the exhibitors. I mean, I've only had a chance to have a short look around the exhibition hall, the virtual exhibition hall so far, and there are some interesting looking companies exhibiting, and hopefully, maybe there's some Bollywood in there, and I will get to see a little bit more. And I encourage all the audience and my fellow panelists to have a look around the exhibition itself.
Roger, if you don't mind, let me add one more, because I've been an agent for the Indian animation studio for the Korean market. And I introduced their IPs in the local channels and broadcasters and platforms. And generally, the first issue is the character. because the Indian kids, they, when you watch the movie or series, wow, that's from India.
Yeah.
So it may need time to penetrate the Indian content into Korean market and or other Asian territories. Yes, Bollywood it's great, but that's for the adults. But for the kids industry, it may take time. It may take.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. That's interesting. I think, well, we've got experts here from Hong Kong, China mainland, Korea and Japan. I think if some of the audience are thinking about entering overseas markets, how would they go about approaching that? If there was one piece of advice you could give, for example, each of you, maybe if you could, share your thoughts, maybe starting with Kaori. So if an Indian company was to wanted to enter into the Japanese market, what would be your piece of wise advice?
Finding a good agent like us.
or like ZenWorks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, no kidding, but I think it's important to have a very trusted partner in Japan, for each other, because it's totally different culture. You have to learn the market and what product is working, what's, retailer, because everything is so different, I think. I don't know much about India, but I heard this India, there's no like a retail store, but it's all online. Online sales is kind of a dominate. So that itself is quite different, right?
Right.
So I think to know about the market is very important when you go into like a Japanese market or any other market. And then in order to learn about the specific market, you have to definitely have a local person to give you advice.
Right. How about Korea? I mean, I know Korea is a population, what, 45, 50 million, Harry? And Korean content has always been very much focused globally because just domestic market alone does not really pay the bills. And Korea has been hugely successful with the Korea wave. How about coming into the Korean market if you're an Indian animation company or some other kind of content holder? What would you recommend?
Yes, as Kaori said, finding a good agent, local partner, that's the first thing. But before you do that, you have to do some homework. Like, as you said, the Indian animation studio, if they have an animated series, you have to review the Korean TV channels and to see which one is the ranking #1 in Korean market, and to comparing with the character and story with Indian animated studios contents, then you can see the gap. You can see see the difference in character and colors and the story and music. If you think that after that you still think you have a possibility, you have a potential in your contents, then you have to find the right partner.
Right.
And if you find the right partner, you have to ask, there is a lot of partners in Korean market. So to check whether the partner is reliable or not, you have to ask him to set up the meeting with the TV channel buyers and to get their direct feedbacks from the program buyers. Then you see the reality.
Right.
That's it.
Great, thank you very much. Charles, from a legal or maybe not necessarily legal standpoint, entering into the Chinese market or maybe some other Southeast Asian markets.
Yeah, I think I echo it's very important. Basically what Harry and Kaori said, it's first of all, assess the market, whether there even is a demand for whatever you're trying to bring into the local market. If after analysis, there's no demand, there's no point in going in. But from a legal standpoint, I would say one thing you should always do is register your trademark. it should be done actually way before you even plan to go into the market. Let's say there's many clients of ours where they're international brands. They might even just be operating in one other country. And by the time they go into China, they find that someone else has actually registered their trademark. Because there are a lot of squatters in China where all they do is go online and look for press releases. And if there's anything, they just go register it. And with the hope that when you actually go to China, they'll come and sell it to you, either for a relatively nominal price or extremely like in the millions. So spend the cost to register the trademark in China and in any major markets such as the US, Hong Kong, or other Southeast Asia countries. I think that's very critical.
That's advice I was hearing a lot, and I was giving a lot for many, many years. Register those trademarks. It's not a cost, it's an investment, right?
Yeah.
Anyway. Tony, welcome back.
I always here. I don't know why I cannot join, but I'm always on the meeting. Yeah.
we, thanks to Amblin Entertainment, to Warner Brothers, we have some gremlins.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gremlins are now gone. Tony, we're going to close out with you talking a little bit, just for about 2 or 3 minutes, about the lifestyle boom in China. I gave everyone a quick heads up on how you went from preschool properties into Moomins. Could you just give us some comments?
Yeah, sure. As I introduced a little earlier, preschool is where we start. We start with different preschool brand, mostly the hottest preschool brand at that time. But we find the preschool have a lot of limitation, no matter the year of the property, which is 1 year or 2 year hotter, and the limitation for the consumer, and also the limitation for the channels. But the lifestyle that many people hear, the lifestyle is a little bit something which is cannot really touch. But when I pay attention to Moomin that many years before, but finally we did it since 2018, and it's unbelievable. We do a surprising thing, is, you know, that compared to preschool, we need to find different customers, different wholesalers, different channels, and all the things, the different innovation for the products. But we think it is very worth to do that, because the trend for the brand, I believe in China, is more from that kids brand to the lifestyle brand, because lifestyle brand covers more age groups. For example, Moomin, many people think it's a toy when we make the light, but the audience, the main customer is not the kids. The kids can buy, but the Z generation, the 20s, 13s, 14s, even 15s, they still buy. And the channels we never enter into any toy shops. Even some buyers, they come to us, oh, it's lovely. I see that in the air shop, you know. So we see that in some location. We want to buy that. I say, sorry, we don't position it as a toy. And we reject many requests from retailers to position it as a toy to the kids. This enable us to go to many channels, suitable channels. The channels in China for the lifestyle is maybe 5 times, 10 times even bigger than the toy channels, which is that we do not expect that. But during the past 1 year, we start from 3 shops, now maybe 300, 400 shops in China. That all that is in high end, not the people they buy, you know, high end. The price is not that sensitive. They can buy a $10 toy, $20 toy, but our nightlight is, as you know, the price is $50, is $200, $300. Yeah. So this is one side. And another side, we are taking more lifestyle brand, which suitable for our channels. Like early this year, we signed with Peanuts, with CAA, GBG, with Asian team.
That's Cowley's
yeah, yes.
Cowley's company.
Yes.
Well,
I noticed that. Right. When they have sent the brand deck to me a couple of years before, but at that time we are more Peppa Pig business. But early this year when they sent me the new brand deck, and I think it's time to do Snoopy, because as a brand that is 70 years, which can earn the heart of US market consumers and the Japanese market, I think that China, we can do well as well. Even that already some players in China, but I know how they operate. And I think there's a lot of potential needs for the Snoopy fans. The need of the Snoopy fans was not being fulfilled. So that we did really analyze what's the requirement and how they expect the market should have something which make them wow and make them as the fans as a gift to spread the products, to share the spirit of the brand. So this is what we learned from the transaction from preschool brand to the lifestyle brand. Also another aiding is the Little Prince, which many people think it's only a storybook. But do you know that the book is selling over 1 million books in China every year? And the new edition is increasing. Like this year, I see some new edition, 3 to 4 new books about the Little Prince in the market. If you collect, I think you can find about 50 versions in China bookshop for Little Prince only. Yeah, the story is brilliant. Yeah.
I think the book itself is actually in the public domain now. I know there's been a number of translations done in the Japanese market, and actually there's a little print. If you ever come to, if and when everyone is ever to start traveling again, you come to Japan near Mount Fuji, Little Prince Museum. So I think we're overrunning a little bit here, and it's time to close out the session. Just some quick 10-second final comments from each person. Charles.
I would say register and protect your IP.
Howdy.
No, I enjoy, thank you, and I'm looking forward to working with Indian companies some days.
Harry.
Yes, we love to be in India.
Tony.
It's time to bring art to life, not only the toy. Thank you.
And Roger, I think I've talked enough. So if anyone would like to contact our panelists or myself, you can check out our bios on the conference website. Thank you, the audience, our panelists, and the organizer, License India, and stay safe, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, good morning, everybody. We're here today to talk about how entertainment will spin into newer territories and how entertainment in all its forms varies. Our speakers today are Rob Corney, who's Managing Director of Bulldog Licensing in the UK, and Vita Prasad, who's VP of Green Gold Animation, and Siddharth Kedia, who's Group CEO of Nodwin Group. We'd like to start with Rob, who will talk about entertainment licensing, including classics, and really how it works and what people should be looking at. So if I can hand over to Rob.
Brilliant. Thanks, Francesca. And good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, depending on which part of the world you're in. I have prepared a brief presentation, actually, on this topic. So apparently only the host can share in this meeting. By the magic of technology, hopefully I'll be able to share that with you very soon. Apparently not. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, I will talk instead of showing a presentation, not a problem at all. I'll work through the presentation on my own screen. Okay, so a quick introduction to me. I'm the Group MD of Bulldog Licensing, as Francesca mentioned. As an agency, we were formed in 2007, and we're a full service agency headquartered in London, or well, ordinarily headquartered in London, obviously circumstances aside. Full service agency means that we handle everything from contract negotiation to product development, to the collection of finances and the day-to-day management of a brand within the retail environment. And we were the first agency to launch with what we call a retail-first approach. The retailer is, of course, the gatekeeper to the consumer. So we started from the point of view of being able to kind of control that. There we go. Sorry, I'm just being told I can actually show my screen now, but it doesn't seem to want to work.
Oh, you are a co-host now.
Yeah, but apparently my, oh gosh, that doesn't want to work at all. No. I don't know if you can still see me. I can't. There we go. Okay, I'm not going to bother because I can't find the way of doing that. So since starting the business in 2007, we've gone on actually to develop the licensing programs for a number of household names, from Sesame Street to DreamWorks Animation, Care Bears, and Electronic Arts, and many, many others over the years. So really, when we set about creating a licensing program, we start from the point that there are a number of questions that we need to ask of the brand. The first one is, why are we licensing it? And the licensing world has changed significantly over the last few years. There's what I call a lot of background noise in licensing now. And you can see at the various trade shows, there are the high profile brands, there are brands which are very, very credible, but there's a lot of brands out there which are being licensed, which potentially shouldn't be licensed. It could actually cause harm to the IP. So there's a kind of Hippocratic oath in licensing that I think as licensing professionals we need to ask: is it appropriate to license this brand? Can it survive within a retail environment? And can it benefit the licensed brand in the first place? We need to ask who the audience is. Obvious question. Is it kids? Is it adults? Is it boys, girls? And which retailers can reach that audience? So is it a niche brand that might sell into specific retailers? Or is it a brand which can go across all mass market retailers? What are the launch timings? One of the big challenges within licensing, if you have a movie, for instance, it's obviously tied to a specific launch date. And that gives you your launch timing. If you have an evergreen, then it's obviously within the retail environment permanently. If you have a brand which perhaps has got a life which doesn't have a specific launch moment inherent within the brand, so it doesn't have a TV show, it doesn't have a movie, then you actually need to provide a hook to the retailer. Why are they going to put a brand in their stores specifically in March 2021 as opposed to November 2021? So that's part of our role, to find that hook. Which product categories are appropriate? What's the brand currency? And that's a big thing these days. You know, in the older world of licensing, where you had a TV show or not a TV show, the brand currency was clear. How many books had you sold? How many kids are watching the TV show? These days, particularly through digital media, there's a significant change in the currency. Are we talking about the reach of a brand? How many people are actually engaging with the brand on a daily basis? Or are we talking about the equity in the brand? A smaller brand in terms of reach might provide greater value to a retailer if it provides a solution to a specific problem. And an example of that these days might be sustainability. An environmentally conscious brand with a smaller reach might be more valuable to a retailer trying to fix a sustainability credential than a brand with massive reach with no sustainability credentials. So we need to understand the currency that we're speaking to retailers and licensees about. And how do we measure success in that program? One of the key things in licensing, I've always believed, is responsibility to the licensing industry. You know, everybody wants to have the next big thing. Of course we do. But there's no reason why it's a negative necessarily to be the 15th biggest thing in a retailer. You know, something has to be the 15th biggest thing and can survive and make good cash within the 15th biggest thing in that retailer. But if you've told the retailer you think it could be the number one thing in that environment and it turns out to be the number 15, it's not going to stay in that retailer for very long. So honesty and understanding of the scale of opportunity is really important. And once we answer those questions, then we've got to bring the project to life. So a clear brand vision and a strong product mix is the key to delivering longevity within a licensing program. We need to have a trade and a consumer communications program. What are we selling to the trade? Do they understand what it is we're asking of them? And what are we asking consumers to buy? What's the equity risk we're asking for from a consumer? So within the entertainment sector, for instance, you tend to find a tailing off of people engaging with character entertainment brands between the ages of around 12 to 18. And that's because of that social risk we're asking people to take. If you turn up at your school wearing a Manchester United t-shirt age 14, then, you know, Some people will love you, some people won't, but you're always going to have a group of people who will understand why you've taken that decision. If you turn up wearing a character entertainment branded t-shirt age 14, it might cause a challenge to your social credentials moving forwards. So it's much more important for us as licensing professionals to understand the risk we're asking the consumer to take, and with the sort of the lack of crystallization within the delivery mechanism these days because of digital media, it's far more difficult to find your grouping, to belong to a club when there are 100 different ways of consuming media. It's much more difficult to know that you're in the safe club that will provide that acceptance amongst your peer groups. So once we've identified the key facets that set the brand apart, we then need to take that retail first approach. As I mentioned, retail is the gatekeeper. Of course, they are the only way we can realistically reach a consumer for licensed products. So we need to explain within our communication strategy how our licensing program can benefit that retailer. It may provide them an association with a beloved brand and beloved characters. It certainly provides a predetermined purchase decision. So, you know, if I will state my vested interest, I grew up in Manchester. I am a Manchester United fan. If there's a Manchester United t-shirt on sale in Tesco, I will go and buy it because I've made that predetermined choice that I want to wear my brand on my sleeve. So it's an opportunity for that retailer to move away from the competition on price and quality and into an area in which I've predetermined that I'm going to buy that product. It's important to understand as well what a retailer needs within this environment. So which suppliers do they buy from? I was talking to a major retailer a couple of years ago, and they were saying that they were unable to add suppliers to their supplier base because the cost of auditing factories, etc., was just so high that just because we happen to have licensed them a very strong brand does not mean that it would be a reason for them to bring a new supplier on board. So it's really important for us to understand from the buying teams who they can buy from, who are their preferred partners. It's also important to understand if we can establish a brand in line rather than out of aisle. And that means in line is where you're walking down the aisles of a supermarket, for instance, and the products are actually within the line plan of the aisle. Out of aisle is the end caps or the freestanding display units which display the products. 81% of products in the UK, and I'm sure numbers are similar around the world, are actually sold in line. And yet most licensing professionals spend their entire careers trying to deliver an out-of-aisle or seasonal opportunity because it gives you branding opportunities. We need to be delivering in-line opportunities. If we can then overlay them with out-of-aisle opportunities, so much the better, but it's in line where the revenue is driven. Other opportunities for us to deliver in-store support, online competitions, etc. What does the retailer want to achieve? Some retailers are so strong they don't particularly want to drive more footfall because they've got a huge consumer base. What they want to do is drive people from one aisle to another. So if they've gone in to buy a bag of onions, they want them to go to the t-shirt aisle to buy a t-shirt. What can we do to help drive that using our character brands? And can we demonstrate a desire from consumers to buy products? So that may be research, it may be internationalizing a brand. So if it's strong in America, it may be strong in the UK. And there are certain geographic regions in the world which have got a cultural heritage which are very closely aligned. So that's a good example. The US generally is a reasonable indicator of potential success in the UK. Success in the UK is not an indicator of success in Germany, for example. Very different cultural aspects to the two territories. And it's also important to remember that for licensees, there's always safety in numbers. It may be important to take a slightly lower upfront or a commercial contract value from a licensee in order to bring the right licensee on board, because licensing is about the amalgamation of opportunity, where one person selling t-shirts plus one person selling toys adds up to more than two. It's about the opportunity for brand value that drives the significance of the licensing world. Once we've established all of this, of course, it's important to understand how we drive sales. And there are three key driving categories within the licensing world. Toy is generally considered to be the key driver within licensing in most environments for a kids a kids character brand. If you want to deliver soft lines, for instance, into a multiple category retailer and don't have a toy program, you'll find it incredibly difficult because a soft lines buyer will almost always refer back to the toy sales to understand whether or not it's working as a brand. It might not be fair to your brand, in fact, because many brands are very strong in categories outside of toy, but it is a challenge we find within licensing all the time. Conversely, fashion is actually globally the second biggest licensing category and can deliver incredibly strong sales and real longevity to a brand. And then publishing is very often a key category. It gives the consumer an opportunity to experience the media in a different form. And of course, it's a significant product that sits on a child's shelf, and as they walk into their bedroom, they engage with that brand, whether consciously or not, on a daily basis. Really important category. Without success in at least one of those categories, preferably many, it's very, very difficult to deliver a significant licensing opportunity which will deliver the kind of scale that the retailers desire. It's not impossible. It makes it very, very hard. And it's important at the outset to set the expectations of each of those partners so that the marketing spend is appropriate to the scale of opportunity that we feel we can deliver. Once we have delivered our licensing program, by virtue of our conversations with retail, we then need to support our retailers, of course. And different retailers have got different options in terms of what we can deliver to them. And it's important to make sure that you're delivering that opportunity within the scale of opportunity of the brand. Is it going to be the number 1 brand? Is it going to be the number 15 brand? But also within your budgets. There are some licensors who are enormous, as we all know, and they have very, very, very large budgets, which most of us frankly can't compete with. But there are ways around it. Can we offer a money can't buy opportunity? Is there a celebrity involved in the brand who could maybe sign a poster that nobody else could possibly get? Can we do online competitions? Can we do set visits, for instance? Increasingly, retailers, particularly right now, are looking to drive traffic online rather than in store. It's really important at retail now to keep fast foot flow through the store. They don't want people hanging around because of the global situation we're all in. So that actually provides us as licensing people with a new opportunity. It's much more cost effective to deliver online marketing than in store, which requires physical things to be made. And one thing we can certainly provide to retail is product differentiation. We might want to give them an exclusive product line. For instance, if it's a wheeled toy specialist, maybe they can have that product for a 6-month exclusive, maybe permanent exclusive while they're buying a certain number of products. We can certainly provide exclusive style guides, but again, that needs to be done through communication with the buying teams to make sure the style guide is in line with their fashion direction for the coming period. And then we look at internationalizing the program. So the principles of licensing are true throughout all regions of the world. The concept is we're asking somebody to do something called copylefting. Instead of copywriting, which means I protect the copy for myself, I'm leaving the copy to somebody else to benefit from the product. My licensors make great TV, films, video games. They don't make great T-shirts. Well, might be doing them a disservice, but generally they probably don't make great T-shirts. So we're leaving the copy to a great T-shirt manufacturer to deliver through their skill sets and through the benefits they can bring to the table. It's important, whilst we're internationalizing the program, to understand that the route to market might be different. In some countries, digital is far more important than traditional TV, for instance. The linear TV programs have started to fall back in many territories in favor of digital, but in many territories, that's not the case. Linear is absolutely king still. Variations in product categories should absolutely be allowed. You know, the sweet cones that people find in Germany is not a product category I've found in any other territory in the world, but you have to be in that category in Germany. You can adapt the style guides, and you should allow the style guides to be adapted to localize the content to make sure that you're appealing to local trends and local styles. And it's important to understand that success in one territory does not predicate success in another. Just because it happens to be the #1 brand in territory X does not mean it will be successful in territory Y, but it does give us an opportunity to demonstrate that it has an appeal within a grouping in the world. Interestingly, globalization has become a major factor within licensing, as it has in every industry, because generally speaking, if you launch a brand in one territory, by the time you come to launch it in another territory, the awareness levels are sky high in that territory already because people have accessed it via YouTube, etc. So within Europe, for instance, with the open borders of the EU, obviously the cross-category trading opportunity causes a major I'll be careful with my choice of words here. Something that we need to think about very carefully when launching brands, because of course we can't necessarily ring fence it to one country within the EU. So there's all these different facets that we need to be conscious of. When licensing classic brands, there are a few other things to bear in mind. Of course, as a classic brand, there's an existing fan base, normally an adult fan base, of course, and we need to make sure that we're bringing them with us on the journey. So Care Bears is one of our properties as an example, and we need to make sure that we're providing things for the original fans in order to gain the inheritance they can bring with them. So if you were a child in the 80s growing up with Care Bears and now have kids, then it's really important that we're providing things to the child of the 80s so that they're on board with the program as we adapt it to become more suitable to a modern audience. So things like fashion apparel, for instance. We have a huge fashion apparel range on Care Bears, and we will see that trickle-down effect into the kids as parents go, I grew up with this, it's so cool. If you're not providing that classic audience with that product opportunity, then you definitely run the risk of alienating the original fans. Not only do you then lose the inheritance, you potentially gain a negativity. So it's incredibly important to understand the classic audience as well as the new kids audience, which might be the sweet spot you're aiming for, but never ever forget the classic fans of a brand. They are absolutely the bread and butter of a classic property. And then we need to understand about how we maximize revenue. For most licensed brand owners, the aim of licensing is to drive revenue, of course. And managing the licensing program to ensure longevity is the key to this. Developing a product range which ensures there's always room to breathe for the product categories which provide stickiness is absolutely crucial. Not over licensing a brand is something we hear the phrase used a lot in licensing is being over licensed, and you generally find when that happens the brand falls off and starts to sell fewer products. Simple reason behind it is that if you've got a core play set, for instance, which drives the stickiness of the brand, everybody needs to be buying into that product. If you're proliferating the brand to such an extent that you've got 1,000 product lines at retail, then the share of spend dilutes and starts to move into other product categories away from the thing that's causing the stickiness. And eventually the brand starts to sell fewer products. There's some key factors which risk shortening the life cycle of a strong brand. That poor product mix or inappropriate products is key within the limitation of the brand life cycle. Chasing the dollar, signing up licensees who are simply offering large amounts of money but don't have the great product or the great distribution, and losing relevance to the consumer, taking the eye off the ball because of potentially loss of opportunity. Maybe the TV show is taken off air, which is fairly damning result for a TV show, but maybe it's that we have failed to adapt to fashion cycles and take our brand into new areas as a result of that. Once it becomes irrelevant or stale, then it starts to fall off. Ultimately, communication is absolutely the key within the licensing world. Communication to licensees to prove the relevance to the consumer, communication to the retailers to show why our brand and not somebody else's is going to be the thing that moves off their shelf more quickly and more profitably. Without that communication, the licensing world doesn't exist. So communication and relationships is absolutely the key to building an effective program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rob. That was fascinating, actually. We'll now move on to Anvita Prasad, who is Vice President of Green Gold Animation, who's going to talk more about properties that are popular in India and also keeping a property that's really popular in India, keeping it live and relevant. So if I could invite Anvita.
Hi, Francesca, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Anvita, and I am here to talk about the story of Chota Bheem. Green Gold Animation is the IP owner, and Chota Bheem, Mighty Little Bheem, Super Bheem, these are a couple of our tentpole properties. Green Gold Animation, basically an animation company where we do a lot of animation work and started in the early 2000s. And before Chota Bheem, we did a couple of shows which aired on Doordarshan, and then a few years later Chota Bheem happened, and we met Cartoon Network here in India, and that time Cartoon Network had a new channel called Pogo, and they gave us the opportunity in the year 2008, and Chota Bheem debuted in 2008. And since then, we are with Pogo. The relationship is going strong. And I would very proudly say that today 60 to 65% programming on Pogo is Green Gold IPs. And since then, I divide the era from 2008, before Chota Bheem and after Chota Bheem, because if I say before Chota Bheem, because there were hardly any Indian programming available, especially in original animation IP terms, if I can say. I can say Chota Bheem is the pioneer in an Indian animation IP. Few work was happening in live action, in kids live action, but they were not worth mentioning. So, and what Indian kids were watching before Chota Bheem was like all old reruns of the Western countries, so the programs were there. And that is what I think when we debuted on Pogo, overnight we became success. I think we touched the right chord and we addressed the latent need of the audience. And we didn't do anything special for that. Our stories were very simple. There was some moral and lessons in that. Our characters were very relatable to the kids. And they were seeing Indian village story, Indian village, and they were seeing a programming which is directly talking to them. And somehow we touched the right chord, and of course I also say that we got the first mover advantage in that, and show became the overnight hit. And plus the parents also never objected their kids to watch this program, because kids were learning about the Indian culture. Till now kids were learning about the American culture or Western world, but for the first time on the main television, city kids were seeing the Indian villages as per se. So parents also never objected, because kids were learning Indian values, Indian culture. So this is the brief. Basically, today we have 350 plus episodes in Chota Bheem, and this is the 12th year running. And we are going very strong. In fact, as I talk, on 24th of this month, we have launched new episodes on Pogo, which I will cover when I talk about how we keep relevance and how we keep the property fresh. So when we launched the property on television, it became very successful. Automatically, the idea for launching the licensing came into the mind. And we started getting calls from brands. They started inquiring about the association, and a couple of pirated products started popping here and there. And we realized that before it becomes the full-time business, it's better that we enter into the licensing business. And so that's how the licensing department was conceptualized in Green Gold. And they took it very seriously. Licensing, I see in couple of IPs, in case of IPs, they take licensing as a side business, which Green Gold never did. Green Gold saw the potential in licensing, and they developed a full-fledged department. They hired the licensing professionals to run it, and then started seeding the market. And how they expanded the brand in a span of 7-8 years to make it the #1 licensing brand and top television property is that initial legwork. India is a very, very challenging country. It is mini country in a country, basically. So everything started with the legwork, meeting people. Again, in India, the personal meeting is very important. People give more importance if the company's MD is coming and explaining with the business. And so that's how it started. We started covering the length and breadth of India, meeting new people, explaining them the business model and asking for them to associate with us. And then we also looked at from all the angles, 360-degree approach we took. What we did the traditional licensing model, which everybody does. Then we also did the merchandising. We also took the merchandising route, where we launched a couple of categories on our own. Like we launched comics, we launched coloring books, couple of t-shirt ranges, couple of toys. So what happened that products started seeing in the market, and we were seeding the market, and we are trying to create more, market share and mind share. And then the third approach we took, we also appointed Bradford as a licensing agent of us. So it was not only the Green Gold was selling the license, Bradford was also our representative in India and in other countries. So all the three parts we covered in terms of expansion. And if you look at to support this program, what we did, we started a couple of divisions which will give the touch and feel experience to the fans of Chota Bheem, like the live event division. So in live event division, we had mascots of the characters, and these mascots were throughout the year traveling to every part of India, including the cities which are like B class, C class cities, going to the malls, going to the schools, and doing meet and greet program with the kids. So kids were dancing on Chota Bheem music, kids were handshaking with Chota Bheem, kids were clicking selfie with Chota Bheem. That gave a lot of boost to our character popularity, at the same time the licensing program. The next big thing what Green Gold did is opening the stores. These stores were company owned as well as franchised, and because we wanted to give the experience to our fans under one roof. Everything was available for them under one roof. So till today, a couple of our stores are very, very successful, and one of them at the domestic airport in Mumbai. And these were the supporting programs which we started simultaneously. Another good thing we did is releasing the theatrical movies every 1.5 to 2 years, because you will not see that is where we got the competitive edge over other IPs. And our movies were coming to Indian cinema, and we were releasing it like any Bollywood movies, 500, 600 screens across India. And every 1.5 to 2 years, there's one movie. And the movie hype will be created in the cinemas, outside cinemas, through events. So these are the couple of smart things we did. And in programming, we did one more thing where we did television movies, which is like 90-minute format. And even today we do this, that we do television movies on special occasion, Christmas, Dashera, Diwali, and that gives a very good response from our audience. So these are the things which we did to spread the awareness, to establish the licensing program. And as far as that, you had asked me to speak about the relevance, how we keep it property relevant to the audience even after 11, 12 years, basically. So if you see the initial programming, which Disney also does, and all the IP holders, they keep changing the look and feel of the characters slowly but gradually. So we keep doing that. We kept making the characters, improvising on the character. In fact, on 24th of this month, but with the new series which we have launched, our characters are looking very, very bright and colorful from our previous avatars. And then changing the storyline according to what target audience wants, what kind of vocabulary they speak nowadays, what kind of activities they do. For example, in our newer episodes, we are showing them more on friendship, more on sports. The vocabulary has more, not complete pure Hindi, it's mix of Hindi and English, what we call here in India, English. The environment where Chota Bheem used to be has gradually changed over a period of time. Now the Dholakpur has bank, now Dholakpur has auto rickshaw, which never used to be earlier. And the characters are moving to newer environment, meeting new people, meeting new villains, fighting new villains. So these are the things we do in terms of content to keep the character relevant and to give the new things to audience. Plus, if you see in our last movie which we released, we came out with the sequel of movies of the TV series. So the audience who had seen the movie, then they enjoyed the post story in form of sequel. So these are the clever thing in content level we do. And then you had asked for the international market, how we are going into international market, how we are going beyond Indian territories. So basically Chota Bheem on television, it is available through Pogo in India and other SAARC countries. Then we are tied up with Amazon and Netflix as well. So through Netflix, we are reaching to 160 plus countries. We launched one new IP, infant version of Chota Bheem through Netflix. It's a Netflix original series. which is called Mighty Little Bee. And when Netflix came in India, we had already licensed the Chota Bheem to Amazon because Amazon came first. So Netflix also wanted a piece of Chota Bheem. So what we did, we conceptualized this baby avatar of Chota Bheem. And I'm very happy to say that today it's a #1 show on Netflix in preschool category. When we launched, we were #2 after Boss Baby. Within few months, we went to a #1, and we received lovely emails from audience from US, from Brazil, that they want to make cake of Mighty Little Beam, since we don't have licenses in those countries right now. So they ask our permission to make the cake for their kid, which is very, very cute. And Chota Bheem is as such also going in the Middle East and Southeast Asian countries. Indonesia, Chota Bheem is very, very popular. They call it Bhima Shakti there. And we share similar kind of, culture. So that's how we are going in an international market.
Thank you, Anvita. That was fascinating, actually. Fascinating to see how a truly popular Indian brand is now expanding beyond its origins.
Yes.
Now, if you like, for our third part of this, we move into very much the world of today, particularly at the moment, the digital world. The world of gaming, digital, has become so popular, particularly during the pandemic. And I'd like to ask Siddharth Kedia, who's Group CEO of the Norwood Gaming, to talk a bit more about that. If I could ask Siddharth.
Thanks, Francesca. Before I start, Rob, there is another Manchester United fan here. I have bought so much of their merchandise over the years that people tell me you could have built a house and all the money that you've spent on that franchise there. But let me start with a story. So let's rewind to the 1990s. The comic book market is dwindling. Marvel is struggling to monetize its IPs. Come year 1996, and all the fans of Marvel Comic Universe should find this story very fascinating. Marvel actually filed for bankruptcy in the year 1996. They laid off a third of its employees. They just couldn't go on. But US has this lovely thing called Chapter 11. They went to Chapter 11. They restructured themselves. Between 96 and 2000, they started selling cinematic rights of some of their famous characters. So 20th Century bought X-Men. Sony bought Spider-Man. And surprisingly, I find this really fascinating. And of course, there is the benefit of hindsight. Sony had the option to buy license of every single character of Marvel for $25 million. Sony thought that was too expensive, and they ended up buying just Spider-Man. And then the company, they got minimal share from the revenues of all the movies that started coming out, restructured themselves. 2005, took a loan from Merrill Lynch of about $500 million, launched Marvel Studios. 2008, they launched the two movies, Iron Man, Incredible Hulk, and what turns out to be a win-win for everyone. 2009, Disney acquired Marvel for about $4 billion. The story today, in 2020, just from the Marvel comic universe, Disney has earned revenue upwards of $40 billion, and that revenue has come from about 17 to, and these figures are not fully accurate, but about $18 billion. Just Marvel Studios has generated in revenue. Home entertainment has generated about another $5 billion. The Marvel store, selling all the franchise, the licensed goods, has generated another close to $5 billion. And one doesn't even know how much revenue one can attribute to all the rights that the theme parks carry. And that's the power of licensing, right? So a comic universe, which was fledgling, struggling, almost shut down, got revived by multiple platforms over the years. And no one does it better than Disney around the globe. I mean, Disney alone generates upwards of $55 billion in just their licensed goods revenue. And the same thing happened to Harry Potter. Little did J.K. Rowling know when she was writing the first Harry Potter book that universe will go ahead to generate $25 billion across books, across movies. with their Lego partnership, all the toys that they have sold, the musical that is now out, the Universal Studios, which has now the rides of the Wizarding World. So it's a very, very fascinating world, right? And Rob, you've already covered the various categories within licensing. But let me now talk about the world of gaming and esports, which is gaining, a lot of popularity over the years. And a lot of people think that this is a new phenomena and it's happening recently. But again, overall gaming generates about $22 billion just from licensing. That's the consumer goods revenue that gaming and esports generates today. But if one were to go back, and for all the gamers out here, some of the first few most iconic games were, Pac-Man, Mario Brothers, Space Invaders. And while the game became as popular as it became in its initial years of launch, I think the longevity of those brands were ensured by the licensing. So like you see a whole lot of people who are wearing Manchester United jerseys or, blasphemy, but Arsenal jerseys. At the same time, you will see a lot of people wearing Mario jerseys and Pac-Man on their jerseys, and recently PUBG Mobile, Fortnite. So licensing is growing from strength to strength in the world of gaming. More recently, if I were to come to the 2000s, 2010 Angry Birds generated about $7 billion in revenue. And it became one of the most popular games of that time. And they sold, in that year, they sold about 40,000 merchandise products, which were branded with Angry Birds. But in the last 10 years, ever since then, they have generated about $500 million in revenue on account of, again, making an Angry Birds movie, selling all sorts of merchandise for Angry Birds. And that's, again, the power of licensing. For those who don't know, a lot of movies and Netflix originals have been inspired by games. So whether it was Disney's Prince of Persia, which was based on a game, or the Netflix original, which is The Witcher, which is again based on a game. These are some examples where games have gone beyond the nature and character of the game that they were, and they have ventured outside in the world of licensing and just broad basing their IP, the character that they were able to make. Again, a more recent phenomena which the world has seen in the last 3 years is a game called Fortnite, right? Which is a game by Epic Games, and Fortnite has broken all sorts of records, and it continues to do so, whether it was the number of people who were playing it, whether it was the number of people who were involved in it, whether it was the monthly revenue that Fortnite was making. So Fortnite has again gone and has done various licensing deals. So they did a deal with Hasbro, whereby a Fortnite version of Monopoly is launched. Now we all know Monopoly is an iconic brand. And when Monopoly does a licensing, it licenses a brand to launch a version of Monopoly, that brand is really big, because in the past it has been Star Wars and brands like that where a Monopoly version has been released. They did an in-game Thanos event. They integrated themselves with NFL. Some of the biggest names in music, whether it's Marshmello, whether it's Travis Scott, they have done concerts inside the game. From Michael Jordan to Nike, they have done collaborations in the sports world. So again, in the world of games, in the world of esports, you see some of these partnerships and branding and licensing and merchandising partnerships. The same happens, for example, in League of Legends. So League of Legends is now become the second most watched sport in the world, behind Super Bowl. And League of Legends has, if you go to the stadium to see League of Legends, two teams, OG and G2, are playing the final in League of Legends. And you will see a very clear distinction, like you see in football games or cricket games. People are wearing OG jerseys, people are wearing G2 jerseys, they have all sorts of merchandise. And that's happening in the world of esports too. So something which has revived the Marvels of the world and Harley Davidsons of the world on one side is now being capitalized by the newer age digital gaming esports brands, because everyone understands the power of licensing and everyone understands the longevity that it creates and the brand affinity that it creates. So that's what is happening in the world of gaming and esports.
Thank you. That was fascinating. And some of the figures you mentioned are extraordinary. The value and the power of licensing within all of this.
Yep.
I'd like to thank all our three speakers. Now we'd like to ask some questions. I'm not quite sure how this runs. Simran, are you there? Do we know how to take questions?
Francesca, there is one question in the chat window.
Ah, I'm trying to find that. Oh, here we go. Okay. Let's go, if we can go through. I mean, Rob actually would be quite interesting to ask first, because you're obviously not based in India, but what is your experience of dealing with India? Have you had any experience of working with India? And how is that?
We've not licensed directly into the Indian market, but certainly have experience of working with companies within India and licensing companies within India. And certainly, I guess my perception of the Indian market is it's matured very, very quickly over the last, I'm going to say 20 years I've been in licensing now, which is quite scary. And it's changed significantly, both in terms of the awareness of the market as an opportunity, which has become significantly more talked about over the years, particularly in recent years within the trade press, but also within the from the kind of proactive approach that the Indian licensing community is taking to bring their opportunities to the rest of the world. I think even 20 years ago, the world was a very different place in terms of its sort of globalized aspects and the view of internationalizing brands. Today, I think the world is far more receptive to it, and there are large communities within the UK, for instance, a very large Indian community, which would be incredibly interesting to serve. It's very underserved in terms of the media it's able to consume, but also I think the opportunities of communities that are not, a non-Indian community to consume Indian content. That receptiveness is growing as it is around the world for all cultures.
I'm asking my other two panelists, what do you think, knowing the Indian market, what do you think the best way is for companies outside India to try and do business in India? And Vita, if I could start with you.
Okay. So basically, what happens that it's a challenge. As I mentioned that in India, it is not very easy to penetrate. The first thing I feel that if any brand wants to come, the programming should be there, Francesca. Because either you mentioned the gaming or the television programming. So the first thing to be successful in India, there should be the programming. Because I have seen a lot of brands coming to India and failing miserably because there were no programming support. Yes, so that's I feel is the prime important first thing. Then second, walk through the agent. Rob would be very happy because you won't understand the complexities of India. You have to appoint an agent who understand Indian markets well, who understand in India there is no, it's a mix and match in distribution also, Francesca. If you look at, we are not totally organized retail. There's a lot of mom and pop shops who are also selling your merchandise and who contributes approximately 50 to 60% of your entire distribution. And to selling these merchandise to these small mom and pop is not an easy task, So it's a mix of lot of things that you can do DTR, then you solve your modern retail problems, but you left the general trade. But with the luck, with the internet penetration, with the mobile in every hand now, in every Indian's hand, it has become easier. What used to become 5 years back. So that's my first suggestion, that appoint an agent or look for a tie-up and work with Indian people because they will understand the market best.
Thank you. I'm really sorry, much fascinating as this is, we could go on forever actually, I think, but I've been told we are running very short of time. So if I can thank all of you for taking part in this, hopefully it's been useful for our audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Very much. good afternoon, good morning, or good middle of the night, depending on where you are. Our program now is about creating a licensing program specifically about a non-entertainment brand. So we're not talking characters, we're not talking films and TV, we're talking brands and the value of that type of property and the value of that type of brand. Now, our speakers are Richard Pink, who is Managing Director of Pink Key Licensing in the UK, who handles a lot of different brand properties. Miriam Kamara from Emoji, who's very kindly joining us in the middle of the night in Mexico. And Rupali Srivastava, who's Director of Conservation at WWF in India. We could start with Richard. Just tell us about brand licensing, how it works, and what's different. What makes it different from entertainment?
Okay, so I've got a short presentation that I'd like to share if that's possible.
Absolutely. It's supposed to be...
Let me just... it says I can't share my screen just yet.
Ah, you should be...
The host needs to enable it, but let me talk about it. Oh, okay.
You are a host now.
All right, excellent. That's good news. Here we go. Okay, good stuff. Okay. Can everybody see that presentation?
No.
No.
Spare me a second.
Oh.
How about now?
Here we go. Yeah.
Ah, that's good news. Okay, so let me just do this from the beginning then. Okay, so very, very briefly then, just in terms of what we do with how we assess whether we want to take on a license from Pink Key Consulting's point of view. The key thing, I think, in terms of whether it fits into particular markets, and when I'm thinking about taking it from market to market, particularly when you think about India, is what's the awareness? Because you can't use licensing to drive the awareness of a brand. The awareness actually already has to be there. So that's one of the key things that we look at. This is our portfolio here. As you can see, it's very biased towards food brands and taking food brands into non-food. The one exception there is probably Pan Am, which is our one and only kind of brand that isn't associated with food. But you can see that, and this has kind of been arrived at more by luck than judgment, I would say, because we kicked it off with Kellogg's Vintage and Pringles. And as a result of that, I think a number of people have seen what we did with those brands, and we've become kind of specialists in taking food brands into the non-food area. So after the awareness, I think one of the most important things is it has to have very clear and distinctive branding to be able to take a non-entertainment property and move it into licensing. So you can see some of the examples you've got on here of one of the kind of clear things with Pringles is the logo and how distinct that is, and Mr. P, the icon that goes with the Pringles branding. Again, with Slush Puppy, one of our brands, and I know that's not particularly well known outside of the UK and the US, but it's a very, very distinctive, very, very distinctive branding, very, very clear, and people kind of recognize that. So yeah, that combination of awareness and also the distinct branding makes it very, very important. You can see, Tony the Tiger is a particularly well-known icon. And that means that it can apply itself to particularly all kind of ranges of product. For example, the bag you're looking at there was worth about 1,500 quid, and it was an Anya Hindmarch, very well high-end design bag that was available at very, very high-end stores. Also, Tony the Tiger will actually go into some of the kind of, it would even go into Primark if you like, so it works at all ends of the spectrum. But the most important thing, I think, with once you've got the awareness is there and you've got that kind of distinctive branding, is to make sure that the brand has that body of artwork, or they're willing to create a body of artwork to go with it. I'm lucky in that the Kellogg Vintage has probably about 1 million pieces of artwork going back to when the company was founded. The problem with that was actually how to arrange it into the various style guides that we have. But you can see from Kellogg's point of view, we're not short of the amount of art that we've got available to actually license. And sometimes with that's kind of problematic because you don't really know where to start with it. But, I'd rather have that problem than not enough art. With entertainment brands, you tend to have that body of artwork already because you have the content and you're able to actually translate that into licensing. When you're taking a non-entertainment brand, you've got to make sure that either exists or it's able to be created. So you can see how some of that's been adapted. So the other thing is making sure that the brand has a story to tell. With Pan Am, that's actually really, really important because that goes back to when the Pan Am was founded, the development of all of the aircraft and so forth, the development of the company, who's been associated with it. You see, and you can see the story in the artwork that they have for Pan Am that kind of translates into the kind of product that you can see there. The other thing from our point of view is just, you know, we only really take on brands that fit with our portfolio. And again, there's that slide there, you know, those brands tend to hand together for us. The other thing which is most important is most of the brands that you talk to who are not in entertainment sometimes really don't really understand what licensing is about. You know, licensing is a natural extension of entertainment properties, and it's not a difficult conversation to kind of take a property, whether it be Disney or Warner or whatever it might be, a BBC property. There's a natural kind of extension of that, which would say, okay, how does that apply to product? And sometimes that's worked into the development of the brand from early on. I remember when I used to work in entertainment, we talked about how we can actually build in licensing opportunities into the content of the program. That doesn't happen with a non-entertainment brand. So you've got to be able to talk to people who work within the brand who understand what licensing is about and what they need to do to take it into licensing, but also prepared to put the processes in place to make it easy to do it. Because we need to make it simple for the licensee, as simple as we possibly can. And we can only do that if the brand is willing to listen and the brand is willing to put the processes in place that will allow us to talk to the licensees, because it's a competitive market. And licensees will only take on brands where they feel like it's going to be, they can have some easy wins, if you like, and work with the brand to do that. Principally, though, we take on a brand because we love it. And that's, we don't take on a brand if we don't, because if we can't love it, we can't make anybody else love it either. So that's in a nutshell the way we operate. Does that kind of answer what you're talking about there, Francesca?
Absolutely. It's really, you know, people are very used, and particularly in India, I know, which has been more recent in terms of licensing. People are very used to entertainment licensing. They all know about, you know, Disney characters on products or Warner's or anybody else's. Taking a brand is very different.
Yeah.
It's taking something that people know, love, and translating that onto something else. As you said, it depends on artwork. It depends on how much people like the brand, how much they will follow the brand, how much the brand relates to them.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So I think, yes, it does. It very much does. I'd like to ask Miriam now, they have a relatively new brand, Emoji,
yeah.
which has been created. It doesn't have entertainment, it doesn't have television, but obviously has been extremely popular. So Miriam, if you can explain how Emoji has worked to the point where they are.
Sure. Well, something that we always say is that licensing does not have to be complicated. Our service and support is fast, realistic, and accurate. So we have an active dialogue with all our agents. We have more than 20 agents globally. So what we do is to work very close with them to share best practices of what we are doing in other territories so they can replicate the same business model in the local markets. Of course, this is not an exception with India. We can do perfectly well to replicate those successful programs or best practices. Well, Emoji, it's a trademark which is in 100 countries. We have more than 900 licensees, and we have products in around 130 territories. So it gives you like a dimension of that we are almost in all the world. And something that I think that it's very like key for us, it's that as Richard said about the categories. For example, we of course are covering the traditional licensing such as apparel, footwear, back to school, health and beauty, personal care, toys, among others. But we have found a huge potential working with promotional activities, with loyalty programs, marketing campaigns, and the food and beverages category is extremely relevant for us. So we have worked with very well-known companies in these sectors, like for example, in India, we work with Ferrero, with Joy, our Kinder Joy, that it was a global deal which included India, also with Kellogg's, with Chocos, it's a cereal. So we have presence on TV and also with the packaging, and it was with promotions and collectible sticker, pencil stoppers. We also work with Yellow Diamond, with salty snacks, with drinks. So I'm just mentioning you some of these companies that is very relevant for us because it gives us like a great exposure and great visibility in the different markets. Of course, we have other partnerships such as Burger King with our anti-bullying campaign. We work with Nikon for a TV commercial, with Zara, with Miss 60 for the apparel category, with Hershey Company, and the last week we launched our latest collaboration with Puma. This collaboration was made to showcase the way to communicate to the world, to, you know, like icons that speak to everyone with bright colors. This collaboration has footwear, apparel, and accessories for kids and adults. So what we want is to spread emotions and of course, good vibes. For us, it's extremely like important, of course, all the, to invest in content, in research studies, in press releases. Of course, we work very closely with the specialized industries licensing magazines as well. So it gives like, we can share what we are doing in all territories all around the world. And something that I think it's part of our DNA is the customization or personalization of the icons. So if we have any retailer or any licensee that would like to have a specific icon, probably they have their own character or their logo, to get fusion with some icons from our library that we have around 20,000 icons registered, which is a very, very huge library. We can do that. So we can adapt with what the companies need. If they want to launch a product, they want to make a campaign, a promotional activity or something, we can work on that. For example, we have done this with the French Post, with Kipling, with Burger King, with Cheetos as well. And I think that is like, in general, some of the points that made us like having successful programs. Of course, we have explored a very important program in India, which we have on board different licensees and retailers with our brand. We have DTRs, for example, with Clovia, with Sleepwear. We work with Mintra, the apparel, footwear, and the accessories category. And now we are starting to work with face masks due to the current situation that we are living worldwide. And as well with Reliance. So we have also a multi-category program with them. So we are working very close with our agent, who is Bradford, and we are very happy to share with them other best practices so they can still like growing the presence of emoji in the Indian market.
Do you see that presence, just very quickly, growing in the Indian market?
Yeah, I think.
Particularly at the moment where people want happy images because of the current world situation.
Well, I think that actually, well, our icons can adapt to any kind of products, and nowadays people communicate more with icons than with words. So it's an easy way to make a, you know, if you want to express your feelings or your emotions. Emoji, it's the perfect brand to do that. And everyone is always using the icons to express their identity or their emotions.
Yeah, no, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
And now for our third part of this, we're going to call on Rupali Srivastava, who I don't think I've pronounced her name right. She is Director of Conservation with WWF India. She's going to talk to us about how, really, as in any branding program, sustainability has become increasingly important.
Well, thank you, Francesca. So I wanted to break it into three parts, really. Talk about three parts. Why licensing for nonprofits? Why sustainable products or sustainability, and why now? So really, you're all licensing experts. I'm not. I really think I come from the perspective of a nonprofit, and I think it's a great fit between a nonprofit and a brand to take the mission of the nonprofit, to join hands to take the mission forward. For the what's in it for brands and retailers? Well, I think increasingly research shows that whether it's millennials, Gen Z, increasingly the younger customers are very conscious and aware. They care about the brands. They care about brands with a purpose. They want to associate with brands which have a purpose, and they are equally, they ditch brands, they give up on the brands that they think are not doing good or have dodgy practices. So I think it is about associating with, it's about giving customers something that they care about. For a not-profit, really, it is well, to be honest, it is an additional revenue stream for WWF conservation. Our core mission is conservation, and as a non-profit, we need revenue stream. So it is about it's an additional revenue stream. And it is also about broad-basing the reach of our mission. It's about taking our mission, taking the cause, and getting more people involved in it, getting more people participate in it, join the conversation. WWF brand is amongst the top, I mean, our Panda logo is amongst the top recognized logos in the world. It's in the top 30 brands, 30 recognized logos in the world. So we think it's a great opportunity to partner with like-minded brands to take the conversation forward. Why sustainability? As I said, it's about making the conversations, which are very niche, making them more mainstream, getting people, and it is happening all over the world, right? It's globally, it is happening, and it was only a matter of time when it started happening in India. But there are so many, I mean, in Amazon in India has given up single-use plastic completely from its packaging. There are brands which are experimenting with recycled materials. Adidas has recycled material. There are within licensing as well. I mean, Disney has a smart packaging initiative, right, which is like a tool which they are getting their licensees to use to make their brands to make the products more environmentally sound and responsible. So I think it is about taking this these are trends which are visible already elsewhere, and it's about bringing that in here in India as well. And lastly, I think it's a good time to do it, because I think post-COVID, people have become more aware. People have consumers, people want to conserve the environmental benefits that they have seen. The air hasn't been cleaner in years. The water hasn't been cleaner in years. So people want to hold on to that. People want to conserve that. And what better way to do it than partner with, than to get involved with sustainability initiatives and take it forward. So so it's not just the right thing to do. It is something which had started. Has started many places, many brands are doing it. It's about now taking it forward, and this just seems like the right moment in history to probably start doing it. At a time when public health is uppermost at everyone's mind. We think, so that's where we see an opportunity of sort of testing waters with licensing for WWF India. Yeah.
Fascinating. And that really is important, actually, that we you know, sustainability has become a very important subject in all licensing, and clearly through brands. I'd like to ask, because through all this, you can see how the brand areas are expanding. I'd like to ask all our panelists, one by one, if you like, do you see the market for non-entertainment brands expanding in your particular market or elsewhere? And if you do, why is that? Is there a move away from entertainment? Is there a need for something that's more ongoing, more classic? Richard, perhaps we can start with you.
Yeah, it's. I think it's an interesting subject, because I think, you know, when you look at the more developed markets in the world, and you probably start with the US and then come into places like the UK and some of the more developed markets for licensing in Europe as well. There is a trend, and there has been a growth in the non-entertainment licensing. It's been really led by the model that entertainment licensing has taken, simply because, you know, as I said before, there's a more natural kind of extension from entertainment and the content of entertainment into licensing. But I think as that market has become more and more complex, it's become more and more difficult for retailers and licensees to a certain extent to kind of make a bet in terms of which ones are going to work and which ones are not going to work. But inevitably, an entertainment brand, unless it's something like, I don't know, a Thomas the Tank Engine, which has gone on forever and ever, is going to have a shorter lifestyle, or a shorter brand curve than a brand like Coca-Cola, like Kellogg's, which has been around for nearly 100 years or so. So I think there's been a need, or a kind of a feeling from the people who are actually putting this in front of the consumers, the retailers primarily, to kind of look at something that's got more longevity to it, that they know isn't kind of so focused on the next launch or the next piece of content that's coming out. You know, it's, as you say, it's an evergreen product. And it might not kind of have the hype around it that some of the kind of entertainment properties has if it's a big film franchise. But you know, in 10 years' time, it's still going to be there. And that body of art is still going to be there as well. So I think that's the reason why there's been a move towards non-entertainment licensing. It doesn't mean that entertainment licensing is decreasing, because it isn't. It's still a growing part of it. What's happening is the brand entertainment sector is growing as well, and it's taken its lead from the model that's been established by entertainment licensing. But people are looking at it and going, okay, there's a safer bet for me. There's something that's going to be coming back in 5 years, 10 years time. So I think what that's actually revealed, probably maybe in the last 5 years, is when you start digging into a brand, like, you know, I'm going to say Kellogg's because I know it well, but brands similar to Kellogg's, the more you dig into it, the more there is to find, because you can mine back, in my case, 100 years worth of history. And you kind of, okay, you start with a picture of Tony the Tiger, then you find there are other characters, then you find there are other versions of Tony the Tiger, and you can dig and dig and dig and just keep going and find more and more content to actually use on that, which made basically the thing is just going to expand. So that's a long way of saying yes.
We also, again, I'd like to hear from all of you, because the retail situation is so peculiar, strange, difficult, whatever one likes to call it, that people are looking for more evergreen brands.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Miriam, what do you think?
Yeah, definitely. That's what Richard said, and it's what it is, because lifestyle or corporate brands are starting to have a relevant role in the licensing industry. The beginning, when people talk about licensing, they always related it to entertainment or character brands. Nowadays, consumers use styles to express more their identity, their way of life. So at the end, some of the advantages, for example, as Emoji, as a lifestyle brand, it's that we have a year-round sales versus window limited sale. We also do not depend on the successful of an escorting movie, a TV series, or a toy launch. We can be on shelf 365 days regardless of the season. That is why we are always working, for example, in style guides. We have 121 style guides that can be perfectly adapted, and every 2 or 3 weeks we are releasing new ones. So we always have content to give to our different commercial partners. Of course, as you said, it's an evergreen property. So that is something very important, the connection with the audience as well, the emotional connection. And of course that we can reach different targets as well. And something very important is that we are part of societies and cultures.
It's interesting. Now, Rupali, obviously from your point of view, WWF, as you said, is very well known, hugely known around the world, but you have a very specific mission of conservation. So how do you choose your licensing partners?
So, so to answer this question which you asked earlier as well, from our perspective, it has to be. I mean, longevity is of the relationship is integral to it, right? Because we're talking about sustainability in materials, in manufacturing, in packaging, and to implement that kind of transformation, it takes a certain amount of time, and customers are not. I mean, customers are very smart, right? I mean, they can tell when somebody is just using it as a marketing gimmick versus when a brand is actually looking to looking to make an actual difference. So by definition, for us, it would mean a long-term relationship, a long-term partnership with a licensee. It's not about 6 months or about a range. It has to be about working together towards working on the supply chain, working on the supplier base. It could be about the packaging or finding alternatives, and driving sustainability through the chain, right? So it would have to be by definition a long-term partnership, and that is and that's why we'd be very, very particular about the kind of, we are very particular about the kind of partners we partner with or licensees we partner with, because there's an element of, there's a great deal of due diligence which goes into it too, because the brands have to be aligned with our values. The brands have to be, have to believe in have to share our beliefs and values and the mission. Because I said it cannot be a one-off marketing gimmick.
How important, say for Richard or Miriam, is sustainability now to your side of the businesses?
I think inevitably it's going to become more and more important. I mean, it's, you know, as sustainability has become, it's kind of become, it became part of the conversation probably about 1 to 2 years ago, I guess, and it's grown in terms of its influence. There, you know, there are things going on in the UK market where the licensing industry is actually gearing itself up for it. And I've found that, you know, even in the time that I've been kind of signing on brands, the whole sustainability issue has become more and more important to the brands that I'm working on, simply because when you look at the nature of, you know, and I think of, you know, people like the Bell Group, who are based in France, who are the Laughing Cow, which is one of the brands that we have, and Baby Bell. Sustainability is part of their core values in terms of what they do with their core product. So therefore, why would it not be part of their core values when they're extending that into the license? You know, from a consumer point of view, if they say a Laughing Cow t-shirt, it's no different from them saying a Laughing Cow cheese, which is their core product. So they would expect the same values to apply to a t-shirt as they would to a cheese, if you like. So it's become more and more important to the brands that we're looking for, particularly when they've got a global platform and global awareness, like the Laughing Cow, like Kellogg's has, like Pringles has. You know, it's going to be massively important. I think, if I'm being honest, I think the licensing industry is playing catch up. But I think it's playing catch up very fast, because I believe actually it has to. There's no difference between a product and a licensed product, and I think it's, you know, the more it's kind of become more of part of the agenda because of the nature of the brands that we're actually licensing, because there's a need to do that. You know, all the environmental issues are going to come into play. So we're expecting it, and we've actually seen it already in terms of making sure that there are, you know, the right kind of clauses within licensee contracts to make sure that they're doing things in a responsible way, which is in line with the values of what the brand would want them to do. So yeah.
Miriam, what do you think on this?
Definitely.
You obviously have a lot of licenses.
Yeah, I think that this sector of the sustainability is growing a lot. Nowadays, we don't have any sustainability campaign with emoji, but we are in conversation with a very important company in Europe, which was recognized by Greenpeace as the first manufacturer in the world which fully complies with Greenpeace's environment standards. So as soon as we have finished that negotiation, I can reveal the name, but we are starting also to explore this new like sector or area of the environment. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Well, I think we've covered really quite a lot, from what a brand is, what brands can do, and even down to sustainability in the products. So I'd very much like to thank all of you for this morning, particularly Miriam, who's up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it's almost 5.
You can go back to bed now.
Go back to bed, for God's sake. But thanks very much, all of you. I hope it's been useful for those listening. No doubt we'll get some feedback. We'll let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Associate Vice President, Global Partnerships, NBA India. And it's very interesting then to talk with him about the experience and the development that a brand as NBA is having in a territory as India. So I will ask, first of all, with this order, the 3 speakers to make a short introduction about themselves and about their, main focus for their business. To be short, so then we can proceed with the following questions. So I will start with Vaj, please.
Yeah, thank you, Christina. It's a great pleasure to be speaking with everyone. Good evening to Sid, who's a very, very close friend of mine, and we worked together in the past. And Daniel, good morning to you. So just a bit about myself. I have worked across the categories of sports, lifestyle, retail primarily for the past 25 odd years. First in India, and for 50% of the time I've spent now outside of India, primarily working with brands across Asia. A bit about my company. I'm the CEO of Al Ihsan Sports. Al Ihsan Sports is the largest sports retailer in Malaysia. We are the largest football retailer in Malaysia, and also one of the largest football retailers across the whole of Southeast Asia. So we do all things football, including taking on licenses and also working closely with all the key global brands and working closely with the players and the fans across Malaysia. The latest license that we have took on is that of Liverpool Football Club. And we took it at the right time, because when we took the license, I'd like to believe that's when LFC started winning again. So it was a very, very fortunate combination. So once again, I thank everyone, and I look forward to having this chat.
Thank you, Vaj. So Daniel, what about you?
And thank you very much again for the introduction as well. And obviously very excited to be on the panel representing UEFA's club competitions. As you mentioned at the beginning, we're not established in India yet, especially with licensing. Obviously, it's a big property from a broadcast level. So I'm here to learn. I'm learning a lot already this morning, and with my esteemed panelists, I'm excited to learn more today. I should start with a big congratulations to Bayern Munich and Sevilla, who have both just won our competitions, both reaching 6 titles. So we've had a very exciting end to what has been, as we all know, a very difficult and different year. Basically, I work at Team Marketing. We are UEFA's dedicated commercial agency across all club competition, so that's sponsorship, broadcast, licensing. And in our licensing program, it's a very interesting landscape in Europe with clubs, with leagues, and then with ourselves in there as well on a pan-European basis. So we've taken as you mentioned and alluded to earlier, a slightly different approach with licensing where we're focusing on the fan engagement element and looking away from some of the more traditional licensing product areas that have been done in the past. I've been running the program now since 2009. 2012, and we started delivery the cycle before. And yeah, I mean, as I say, I'm very excited to be here, and I look forward to learning a lot from the other panelists today. So thank you.
Well, me too. I will learn a lot, as sport is not my very core, let's say, personal attention. So I have to say sorry, beginning. So I will learn really a lot as first person from this session. So, and Siddharth, what shortly an introduction about your business in India, then we will go in deeper in this session about what you are developing there.
Sure. So hi everyone. Sports is my core. I've spent over 17 years in the sports industry across sportswear and general sports management. Worked in India, done stints in China, short stints in Germany as well. Like Vachas mentioned, Vachas and I were colleagues many years ago and friends over the years since then. I currently head global partnerships for the NBA in India, which includes not just licensing and merchandising, but also sponsorship sales, or as we call them, marketing partnerships. India, as you all obviously know, is the pinnacle basketball league in the world. There is everything else is a far second, third. But even in India, we're a very strong property. We're one of the largest sports licensing programs in the country, and also from as a brand that's very well known, not just due to its sports credentials, but also due to its cross-culture, lifestyle credentials. We're very, very strong in India. So my job and my team's job is to leverage what the NBA has built across the world and in India over these years into great partnership properties.
Okay, so I will start with the questions for all of you. I will kindly ask you just to reply synthetic so we can go ahead with this panel in the right timing. So the very first question for all of you is how attractive is the Indian market to sports theme licensed products? I will ask this first to Siddharth, as you, compared to the others, you are the one who is really developing sport licensed products in India. So according to you, how the Indian market is ready and attracted by
Christina, you can call me Sid. It will be a lot easier throughout our session.
Okay.
I think like good to take a step back and just see how sport has evolved in India. Sports licensing comes next, but sport itself in India, if you take 12, 15 years ago, we were a single sport country. Cricket was the only sport that really mattered. From then to now, the way the country has evolved into a multi-sport country, not only following multiple other sports like basketball, football, kabaddi, etc., not only on the global level, but also having put together some very solid sporting leagues at the local level. It clearly shows how the sport has grown in the country. It has grown financially as well. All these leagues, all these global properties activating in India, all of them have driven a lot of business as well for the sport in general. So from that perspective, it's been a really, really meteoric rise. Even if you look at sports licensing globally, over the past few years, licensing in general has grown. This was a Forbes report. It's grown about 3.2%. Whereas sports licensing has grown at 4.9%. So it's higher than the industry average. And that's at the global level. So at an India level, it's growing even faster because the base for sports licensing was much, much smaller for sports merchandise per se. So So it's definitely been a fast growth story. And watchers will remember when both of us were colleagues earlier, the brand that we worked with was less than 100 crores in retail revenue. It is now about 11 times that in India. So that shows how much sports merchandise per se has really grown in the country.
Sorry, Christina, could you repeat that?
Which is your opinion on this?
Yeah, I mean, I like I said, I spent the first 50% of my life in India working with the brand Adidas, and I have personally seen how sports as a category has grown over the years. I was part of the company at a time when we were less than 100 stores, and I left at a time when we became close to 500 stores. So I think more from a general perspective, having spent time across Asia, I think I can tell you that I can tell you that whenever something bad happens around the world, the one thing that sort of ties everyone together, the one thing that unifies people together is sport. And the power of sport is incredible. So there is a reason why, even let's say, take the example of COVID, one of the first sports to relaunch, so to speak, and the amount of pressure was tremendous on the UK government, was football. Because there's so much of negativity around you, people want to play sport. And we have seen how sports retail across the world, as the countries have opened up, have recovered the fastest. So while the overall GDPs of various economies globally are down, of course, overall the business will be lower than last year. But in terms of the category-specific growth or degrowth, sports will be probably amongst the least in terms of degrowth. So that just shows you the power of sport and the power of global sport like football, as an example. In terms of the potential for sport in India, I think people like Sid are more closer to the ground, and they will be able to share more experiences, since I've been outside of India for the past 13, 14 years now. But I can share experiences on the other markets in Asia.
Okay. And Daniel, of course, India is not a market that you have approached yet in terms of licensing, but in terms of awareness for what is the core business of UEFA, so football, yes. So what is your opinion about this? So you think that there is a potential interest on sport-themed licensed products in India?
Completely. And again, as has just been discussed, looking at sports licensing generally, I think as the media landscape becomes more complicated, as people consume media in different ways, licensing becomes more relevant and important in sports as the way to engage and reach the fan and interact with the fan, whether matches are on or not. So I believe that is helping drive this importance in licensing. And then specifically when looking into India as a market, I mean, you only have to look at the passion for sports in that market. I mean, we talk about the IPL. We've seen the Football League and how that's grown over the last 5 years. The NBA, for example, I know you had the pre-season matches, I think it was last year, in India, which went fantastically well as well. The appetite is there. The passion is there. It's such a hotbed for sports that I think that is your starting point. And as I mentioned at the beginning, the fan, if the fan is there and wants to consume that kind of content and information and products. Licensing is able to reach people wherever they are, whatever platform, and through kind of giving people what they want in the way they want it. So especially when we look at Gen Z, millennials, this is where I think licensing can really drive. And in India specifically, I think this will help us mean more to the Indian public than just having the matches on the TV.
And I make this other question starting from you, Daniel. As now you are approaching the Indian market for licensing, according to you, no? So going straight to our business, to licensing business. The licensing, sport licensing business has increased in the same time in India.
Yes. Yes, so for us, I mean, traditionally we were a global model anyway, so we were more limited. We did a lot of global partnerships. We understand the importance and necessity of the regional knowledge and experience and working with partners in those regions to be most effective. So I can see generally with India as a market, as I say, with that sports passion, that interest, I think there's almost the prospect of even more opportunities in these kind of markets. Brazil as well, these kind of where people are just so passionate, sports almost beyond just something you watch on TV. I mean, we talk about cricket almost being a religion when it comes to the passion that people have for it. So yeah, India for me is something that's really key. As I said at the outset, we want to learn and understand the nuances and what you need to do to be successful in that market.
Yeah, also because I suppose it's a very specific market that you can treat as a global, as other Western territories. And what about you, Vach? So India and also your case, Asian territories are ready, or I mean, sports licensing is increasing its business in those territories.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as Daniel just alluded to it, for retailers like us, licensing is a very, very important way to bring brands closer to the fans. And for the brands, I think licensing is a very good way to become global. Global meaning you have a global brand. Most of the time, those global brands would not have a deep understanding of the local consumer tastes, right? So licensing to me is the best sort of way to bridge the gap between local knowledge, which the local operator or a retailer like ourselves would have, and the global brand, which really is very, very well known in that market. I'll give you an example of what we've done with Liverpool Football Club. Malaysia is a small country, only about 30 million population, but the passion for English Premier League and the Champions League, UEFA tournaments is huge. It's just incredible to see. In terms of sheer engagement levels, Malaysia has a higher and a deeper engagement for football than even Brazil and Spain.
Wow!
As a proportion of population, it's really incredible to see, Christina. So when we launched Liverpool football license last year, 2019 April was when we launched. So in less than 1 month, we took it to about 60 locations across Malaysia, and the growth in sales. Now, just imagine. This is COVID, right? Last month, our growth in LFC sales is close to 1,500% over last year. Who's going to think that this is COVID? Post-COVID. So just imagine that because Liverpool has won EPL after 30 years. So fans want a piece of that. They cannot go to Anfield. They cannot celebrate with the team, but they want a piece of that action. So, and that is what licensing is able to really do. We created merchandise which was very, very relevant I have with me a mask of Liverpool Football Club right here with the Champions League, with the EPL trophy, right? I have sold 10,000 units of this in 2 weeks. So that's what licensing is able to do. You connect to the event and you connect to the relevancy and the trend, and you're able to do that immediately. Now just imagine if a brand wants to do this, they will take a much longer time, and they may come up with designs or products which may not be right for this specific market. So I think licensing has a huge role to play in actually creating and building the relevance for the brand and go deep with the fans.
And Siddharth, in your case, again, you are the one who touches most of the local business. So what about in India? Sport licensing is increasing according to you in terms of importance?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll just, add to what Vachas mentioned about engagement. So we know that NBA is not the biggest sport in the country from the following perspective, but in terms of engagement, and especially on social media, which is a huge platform for us, we are in fact the number one in on Facebook in terms of percentage engagement on our Facebook platform. So this was a stat that Facebook shared with us, that of all the sports pages operating out of India across cricket, football, etc., the NBA page has the highest number of users engaging on a certain frequency basis with us. Now, why is that? That's because the content we put out is very, very relevant. It's short form, highly entertaining. We are blessed that the sport of basketball itself, lends to creating this kind of content. And secondly, what the way the NBA brand has been built, it is much more than just sport. We built the way the league is conducted, the way content is captured and presented to our consumers, the way there are brand extensions created. NBA has its fingers in many pies, be it in entertainment, in music, in fashion, etc. And all of that means your audience, which was a narrow, let's say, sports consumer audience, is now a very, very wide sports come entertainment come youth culture, sport, pop culture, streetwear. You have that entire audience available to you. So when you have that, that is an inherent strength of the brand that is irreplaceable. So that is what is driving a lot of growth. So to answer your primary question, how is it growing? There are some brands that are growing at a very, very rapid pace. Yes, some brands are slow, some are keeping up with the average, and it all depends on what does the brand stand for, what does it have to offer, who is the target consumer, how are we reaching that consumer, and to great extent also, are we working with the right partners? Do the partners also align with the same values, the same objectives that the brand has in the country, and do they also put that right amount of effort and the right type of effort to grow the brand? So I think that's very important to grow in this market, in any market, frankly, for that matter.
Yeah, and I think that what you say is also valid for other territories. Sorry for before, but there was some noise around, so I had to close window, etc. So then I would love to go in deep about what your specific business is, and in particular your experience in the sports licensing world. So I will start with Vach. As we said before, he's a huge sport retail. He has a huge sport retail business. And so what I wonder is how you are developing your business beyond Malaysia, and so in Asia, and also in which other territories, and how?
Yeah. Thank you, Christina. So we are the number one sports retailer in Malaysia. We have about 130 stores. I believe that we still have a huge headroom in terms of potential growth in Malaysia itself. So I would like to first ensure that we are saturating the potential of Malaysia itself before we look to go regional. We are in talks with certain partners across the region, because we believe that our business model has a huge amount of opportunity in markets outside of Malaysia. Our business model is very simple. We essentially curate global brands, licenses, and we bring them at very, very affordable prices for consumers and fans, so, and sports lovers. So we do that in very approachable and very, very friendly shopping environments. We have a very fast growing e-commerce business as well, which we just relaunched 4 months ago, driven because of the COVID lockdown, knowing that we would not be able to operate our offline stores. We sort of we got to know about 15 days before the lockdown that there is a potential sort of conversation going on where we would have to lock down our stores. All non-essential retail would got locked down. So we expedited the e-commerce play, and our e-commerce business has grown in the past 3 months almost 20 times. So that continues to grow, and that's one which we believe we can first take outside of Malaysia. But I think as a business model, our model is very, very ripe, very relevant for most of the emerging markets in Asia. So natural expansion in Southeast Asia first, maybe over the next 3 years or so. And then we would look to move towards the Middle East and then North Africa. We obviously driven largely by a lot of licenses and even the key brands like Nike, Adidas, and Puma.
Just an additional question, Vach. For the e-commerce, is it global or only focused on the territories where you are already present?
It's right now only focused on the territories where we are present. But this is something that we can immediately take outside of Malaysia as well. By getting into logistics alliances and collaborations and partnerships. We can, for our own licenses and brands, we could look for opportunities outside as well. A lot of licenses that we take on are actually offered to us regionally, but we don't do that because we like to first, explore and fulfill the potential within Malaysia, and then over a period of time, look to take it outside of Malaysia.
And a very last question. Do you have also foreign licensees who come to you to sell their products in your stores?
You mean licensors?
No, I mean licensed products. So I mean licensees who come to you from abroad and ask to be included in your stores for their products.
I mean, as you know, whenever a licensor gives a license, it's for that particular territory. So unless, those people have the rights for, So as an example, a very good example is I had a conversation just now with Disney. So previously Disney was doing licenses with one of the partners sitting in Thailand, but they believe that, and we were working with the Thailand partner, bringing the Disney products, sports related. So basically this is like a collaboration between Disney and sporting goods. But they believe that we can do a lot more. So we first started with that, we explored, and then now we're looking to get into this on our own. So that's the kind of stuff which we do.
It's very, very interesting also to learn that you focus more on what the licensor says and then on the licensee. And we know that many times licensees try to go beyond their boundaries, and so that's why I was asking.
We don't encourage anything where a licensee, if he doesn't have rights, we wouldn't do it.
It's very correct. It's as things should be. Yeah. Absolutely. So, Siddharth, instead about your experience, so how now more concretely you are working to develop in terms of actions the MBA licensing business in India through licensing and sponsorships. So which are the actions you are concretely doing, and if you want to make a couple of examples of latest projects and deals that you have got and done.
Sure. Let's look at it on two fronts. Basically the NBA plays on its strengths, and the two fronts I'm looking at is what about the NBA appeals to the consumers, and what about working with the NBA appeals to potential licensees. So I'll cover both areas. On the consumer front, NBA is Americana. Nothing could be more American than the sport of basketball, than the NBA, than our star athletes, than our most popular teams. So that is something that we feed off very, very strongly. The consumers in India are lapping up Americana very strongly. They love American culture, food, music, fashion, etc. So we play to our strengths on that front. So as an example, a number of our product ranges focus on the key cities in which NBA teams are based: New York, Boston, Chicago, Los Angeles, etc. While some of these teams may not be at the top of the league at present, but just because they are based in an iconic city, their logo is so well known, well recognized because of all the legacy behind it, because they've been part of the city for all these decades. That puts them on the top in terms of consumption. I think I mentioned a little earlier also, NBA is also well beyond just sport, music, fashion, entertainment. So we kind of feed off that as well. So a lot of our collaborations are in that space also. So as an example, we were done fast fashion, high fashion ranges with brands like Jack and Jones and Pakpad India, where we gave them some guardrails, and then we said between these guardrails you have full freedom to use the NBA IP and tweak it such to what your consumers are expecting from you. And it was a win-win situation for both of us, because for Jack and Jones, there was never a sports-minded consumer coming shopping with them. So when they took our IP, tweaked it to make it quirky, more fashionable, it gave them a new consumer from the sport side. It gave us a new consumer from the fashion side, and both won. So we work along. Similarly, on the music front, we have a partnership with JioSaavn, which is one of the leading music streaming companies in India. So we work with music on that, and again, that connect was because music fans, NBA fans, there is an overlap, as well as there are new fans coming to the genre because of the partnership. So that really helps on the consumer side. On the licensee side, I'll say a couple of advantages that the NBA has. One is that it's the umbrella organization. It's the pinnacle basketball league. So there's really nothing beyond that that someone can aspire to follow. And within that also, it's the umbrella organization that covers all the 30 teams, all the 450 players. So what happens is, as a licensee, if you work with the NBA, you get everything that the NBA has to offer. There is no pick and choose. And hence, you at any given time in a season, you can always ride the winning horse. Let's say a certain team which was popular 2 years ago is not popular anymore because some players retired, some got traded away, etc. But another 2-3 teams are emerging. You can immediately pivot your business to have more concentration of merchandise from the currently strong teams, and kind of fade off the other teams which are not strong anymore. There was this funny conversation I was having with a couple of our partners, one of them who's a licensee of FC Barcelona and another who's a licensee of Manchester City, and we were talking about Lionel Messi, him moving from Barcelona to Man City. How does that affect the Barcelona partnership, license partnership? How does it suddenly boost the Man City partnership? Now, these kind of situations don't occur in a partnership with the NBA because you got every team with you. So that's one advantage for a licensee. And the second advantage, of which I think is even more important, is that we are present in India. We have a full-fledged office running here with dedicated teams taking care of every single vertical. So there's a separate team for broadcast and content and media distribution, a separate team managing our marketing communications. My team manages licensing, merchandising, and sponsorships. There's a team that manages basketball operations, which is the entire grassroots basketball development, elite development. They run the NBA Academy in India, which is the elite basket, which is like the pinnacle basketball training academy in the country, where you get full scholarships. Once you've gone through our entire scouting program. So a lot of these elements are actually helping develop the game itself. So we're not just trying to feed off the brand where it stands as of today, but we are developing the game and developing the brand for tomorrow. And not only the brand, but we're also developing the fan base for tomorrow. So as an example, our grassroots program called the Junior NBA started in 2013, and since then to now, we've trained more than 11 million children across 13,000 schools across the country, more than 34 cities covered. We've trained them directly via the NBA and via NBA coaches on, learning the game of basketball. And many of these kids learned for the first time, depending on which cities we were in. So we are building that fan base also for the future, which is something that is huge advantage that the NBA has to offer for a partner.
Wow. And Siddharth, so I've not understood, perhaps, I don't know if you said, which are your main focus categories for MBA in India in terms of licensing? Which are the categories for you?
Good question. So the NBA came to India more than 9 years ago. We set up an office in 2011. We started working on the merchandising business only in 2014-15. So we took that time to build a fan base, etc. But at that time, when we started also, the more typical categories were apparel, footwear, accessories, which were the strong categories, and we fed off that really well. But what we've seen emerging over the past few years is non-traditional categories are really coming to the forefront. Currently in the licensing space, one of our biggest partnerships is in fantasy gaming with Dream 11, which is India's largest fantasy gaming partner. So that partnership has not only given us a huge new fan base, massive revenue potential. It has driven increase in viewership on broadcast. So that partnership has helped in so many different ways. And now, given disruption that COVID has caused, another category which was emerging slowly but has suddenly shot up is gaming. Whether it's console gaming, whether it's mobile gaming, that's really shot up a lot. And this is a category that has been big in the US and US, China, Japan, Korea, etc. for a long time. But in India, we were lagging behind. But like every, it's been mentioned before, every crisis also throws up opportunities, not just challenges. So this is a great opportunity for us. So we've immediately started engaging more with local gaming companies. So while we were bringing in a lot of global partners and activating them in India, we realized that there is potential to really build something big locally. And so that's another key focus area going forward in the financial year 21 for us.
And the very last question for you: how many partners you have on board now in India?
We have about 13 partners in the licensing space. And like I mentioned to you, I also head sponsorships. So in that, there's another 12 and counting partners in the sponsorship space.
Wow. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Well done. So Daniel, we know that you talk about us about an innovative way to make sport licensing that is experiential licensing. So I really would love you to explain this new conception of sport licensing and how you see it, and also, according to you, how it can be applied to the Indian market, of course.
Yes, certainly. Well, I mean, it's fascinating listening to the MBA because we've been evolving and trying to enhance our licensing program more and more. The big difference is we don't have the clubs. We don't have the other assets that go with it. So we are talking about a competition. So that's why we've had to look at licensing slightly different, look at our role in what is quite a complicated landscape that we work in. And that's why product has to be central with the licensing program, merchandise, everything else has to exist. But we're trying to complement that and look at other ways that we can talk to the fan, interact with the fan, and almost allow the fan to touch the brand, as it were, to really experience it. And then when you're looking at markets outside of Europe, especially when we're talking India here, we're talking Asia, you go to these markets, the chance for a fan to see the trophy, the chance for the fan to see these things that they just see on TV, that's the kind of areas that we want to grow. The key for us is credibility and relevance of all our partners, of the categories that we work on, and how credible they are to the ultimately to the fan. Because football clubs will do lots and lots of products. What we don't want to do is just give the fan additional kind of options, compete in there. We want to have our own role to play on that landscape. And that's why we're now looking at a number of opportunities. Experiential, you mentioned. This is an area where we're really open at the moment to look at different concepts. So we're currently looking at football-based activation venues. So people doing football skills, measuring those skills, looking how they perform against people in other places. Maybe you compare yourself against a player who's gone through things, measuring passes and things. So we're looking at that concept. We're also looking at more of a traditional experiential, food and beverage, match viewing, going along and having a bit of a museum interactive experience with it as well. And then on top of that, with the permanent, we're also looking at road shows and how you can take things on the road to high footfall areas. And it all comes back to what we've all been saying about licensing. What does the brand mean to the fan? And we're able to come into these different markets and regions and really give the fan the experience. So we have the products, they choose to, for us, play our simulation video game with EA Sports, so you can win the Champions League on that. We want to then give a different audience the right platform that they can engage with our program as well. So the idea is to look at concepts and opportunities that aren't just relevant to one core audience. We can almost have different concepts for younger audiences. We can have different concepts for the older audience, the more traditional viewership. And the idea that we're trying to look at here goes back to the regional expertise. You cannot deliver with a global partner an experience in India that's going to resonate and completely work well with the fans. We need to work with specialists in that market to really know what do we need to deliver, how can we deliver it, because every single market will deliver a different experience for the fan, but based on the same brands. So the Champions League will be the consistent, but how they then enjoy and experience and follow that will, I see, differ market to market. And then you accompany that with things like esports, huge growing thing, the buzzword everyone wants to be involved with right now. No one quite knows, right, how we're going to do everything on the commercial side. But what esports does is allows you to engage and talk to an audience who might not necessarily be watching traditional football. So this could be an audience who may not have watched the Champions League in the past, but being involved in the virtual football world gives us an opportunity to look at how can we bring these people across into the real world of football. And it goes again back to what was mentioned earlier. It's about a brand for tomorrow. It's about the future fan. How do we stay relevant with all these different options on media, on platforms, and how people are engaging with things? It's about variety. It's about taking that experience, your brand, to people in the way that those people actually want it, in the right tone of voice, in the right way, and with the right partners. And that's the key with a region like India. If we delivered something like experiential in that kind of region, we'd want that regional expertise and knowledge.
Wow, a couple of questions. The first is this very interesting perspective and extremely innovative in terms of sports. Have you already experienced, have you already something that you are developing. I mean, in general, not in Asia or in India, but in general, with this new perception?
Yes, so we have been developing a number of initiatives for quite a long period. Obviously, experiential mixed with COVID has thrown up a lot of challenges, but it's also made us readdress it and look at social distancing. What does that mean? How can we make it work? And I'm still confident with the concepts and the ideas we've got, they can work in any environment. So we have an activation in the UK, it will be London-based, that we hope to open early next year. We have, and that will be like a football activation, playing the game, getting involved, having our partners, so our sponsor partners, having additional exposure in it. And that's key here. Fan engagement, but giving our partner network a chance to reach the fan in different ways away from the match as well. So the London one will be that football based. We're looking at Brazil, obviously a huge fan base in football. It's interesting when you go somewhere like Brazil because the Champions League becomes really important and the club's almost secondary because they follow a lot of the players ahead of the team. So Neymar, as an example, a lot of fans in Brazil would then have moved to PSG when he moved and they would support that club. So in Brazil, we want to give people a chance to watch matches, to experience the Champions League, to take the trophy there. And again, goes back to this being able to really interact and touch the brand. And a third concept we're hopefully going to look at again in the Americas region will be in Mexico. And that's more of a fan festival style of concept around the final. So a celebration of the final that we do in the host city in Europe when we host these finals. We give all the fans who come to watch the match that experience of the Champions League. We're trying to take that experience, package it up, and deliver it again in a regional way to different places. And Mexico will be one of the first ones we hope to exploit with that concept as well.
Let's say that sorry, Raj, please go.
Yeah, sorry, if I can just, I really like what Daniel is mentioning. So I just got reminded of some of the things that we do. I think the concept of experience is different for different markets. So it could range from as simple as, you know, doing a very special exclusive merchandise to, it could also mean a chance for a fan to meet with a legend, you know. It could also mean, as an example, give an opportunity to the fan. Now, you'll be surprised that there are so many people here in some of the emerging markets like India or even Malaysia for that matter, who are so fanatical about their La Liga or their EPL club, but they don't get a chance to go to the stadium and watch the match live. Even to do that for them is a very big thing. So what if somebody were to offer them an opportunity to say, okay, you enter this contest and you will get a chance to go and watch your favorite club and perhaps meet your favorite player. So these are the kind of things that, this is like once in a lifetime experience. So these are the kind of things that, local partners can do or do for some of these brands and make it happen for the fans locally.
Yeah, and also if I can say, it can be an opportunity for the fans to get some exclusive licensed products as well, no? Because I suppose that you will combine to these unique experiences also a kind of bookshop, I suppose.
Yes.
Something like that, no? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's exactly how we've seen it. It's a retail opportunity, and we all know retail, it is changing, and experience is going to come into that world. So for us, I think that is really key. You said it, fanatical fans outside Europe. We give extra exposure to our partners. We give broadcasters opportunities with content. It's trying to join the dots and really make licensing valuable to the complete business, whilst being that connection with the fan. And as you say, that can be capsule ranges, that can be extension of selling you OLPs. It's endless if you can get the right concepts.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, yeah. it's really impressive, and I wish you that following this coronavirus crazy period, you will have several of these case history, one in particular in India next year. Why not? I would love to go through conclusions as time has run, and I'm very happy that we have shared so many interesting content. So at this period, this time of the year, a compulsory question is, what about the future? So which are your plans for the next future? 2021, I would say, but also more in general. So Vach, what about you?
First, to survive this storm called COVID. I mean, for businesses, cash is king, right? So you want to make sure that you don't do anything stupid. You don't, you conserve cash. We're very fortunate in the sense that we actually saw the onset of COVID way back in February, and I used to have discussions with my board on how this could become a huge sort of black swan event. So we in the month of March, we built a 3-scenario plan where we said, what is the worst case that can happen? Are we going to have 1 lockdown in this year? What if we have 2 lockdowns? So let's prepare for that. So we made sure that, we built a zero-based budget, really brought down our expenses and costs to minimal. What we see is we sort of negotiated with various brands and reworked our entire inventory planning for the year. So we were pretty well served that we sort of had a foresight to look at this. Once that is through, once you know that you're going to survive, touch wood we will. I think the next thing is that you need to prepare for how the consumers are going to shop in the future. Are they going to shop like before? You need to make sure that you have the right SOPs at your stores. Offer consumers like a surety and assurance that if they come to your store, they will be safe. So you put all the SOPs that are required in order to maintain safety. And then you cannot do such large-scale events as you used to do in the past. So even the matches, even the leagues that have, our local league has also started just a couple of days ago. It's going to be played in front of empty stadiums. So obviously, it'll mean not such pleasant numbers for a lot of clubs globally. So how do you survive that? So open up slowly, gradually. I don't see too much of travel happening, at least for the next 1 year. I don't think people will begin to travel globally at all till at least Q2 of next year. Only travel if you have to. So there will be a lot more a lot more meetings using technology. A lot of deals happening on calls and on Skype or on Zoom calls. So Zoom is the one which is making a lot of money now, by the way. It's probably getting more and more valuable now. So I think we need to prepare for the new normal, and we have to learn to live with it. COVID's not going to go away so fast, unfortunately.
I think that every single word that you have said is terribly true. I'm in charge of also of trade events, and I'm honestly extremely concerned about the opportunity that we will have big trade shows in the next months. I'm not talking about October or November. I'm talking about the first half of next year. big companies that were used to be put big budgets on trade shows are almost stopped now to travel and to make any kind of event investment. So big shows need of big guys to be alive. So if they miss that, then the big show itself can take place. What I want to see is always the positive side also in this catastrophic pandemic. And I think that we are forced to change our attitude from every point of view and to create, as you say, a new normal, that it will be a new life. And this new life somehow will be less crazy as we were used to be before. Then it's probably that in 2 to 3 years we will be crazier than before, but more conscious perhaps of which could be our balance somehow. No? So what is important for us, as you said at the beginning, is to survive to this all and to go ahead. Luckily, business has not totally stopped, and also people are moving forward and are building new tools to face this crazy period. And Siddharth, which are your next plans?
So you're right, there are challenges and there are opportunities. When a door closes, there are others that open. So I'll touch upon what Daniel mentioned about experiential marketing. That is something that we also do quite a lot. In fact, the NBA takes great pride in having a lot of on-ground events in the country, in India, and all of that have gone away. So we are reimagining various scenarios, how to do them with social distancing in place, or should we do them online or virtual only? Is it possible to drive the same amount of engagement in a virtual event? Maybe it's possible to do even more, because the reach definitely is a lot more. We have to figure out how that in-person engagement needs to be somehow still delivered in this virtual space. So we're working on that. Offline retail sales, of course, tend to be grim right now, but then we've gone a lot stronger on e-commerce. And not just us, like as an example, there is the NBA app, which is very popular, but so far it's been very focused on content, live streaming, feature content, player stats, profiles, etc. That is, evolving into more digital commerce as well. But not just us, even our partners. So we have an NBA fanware partnership with a company called Sudhiti Industries. They have now doubled down on building their own e-commerce portal as well, because they've also realized that a lot of their offline retail touchpoints are not going to be the same going forward. So that's on one front. On the other side, even just beyond licensing, if you just look at consumer experiences, the NBA is a very innovative company, very tech-forward company. And while we are constantly looking for new ways to engage, COVID has just kind of accelerated that. So I'll maybe give you a quick few examples. The NBA season was suspended for a few months, and then we put together this whole thing, which we colloquially call the bubble, which was this entire sanitized area in the Wide World of Sports complex in Florida, in Orlando. And that's where all the teams came in quarantine, tested, and started playing games. Now, in that environment, no fans. What did we do? We, because there's no fans there, we realized that now there is more room to explore new camera angles. So, you look, search an opportunity in what is a challenge. So we added many more camera angles, more moving cameras, rail mounted cameras in the arena, and we are capturing the kind of content now we've never been able to capture before. And we are all, internally we are all discussing maybe next year and 5 years and 10 years from now, when there will be fans back in the arena, this content that we captured during these few months will still be pinnacle content because of the way the camera angles are capturing the movement in these players, flying through the air and dunking the ball. So we worked on that. We worked on putting across giant screens in the arena where seats used to be. And now these screens, it's an activation we're doing with Michelob Ultra, one of our partners in the US, where through their program, you can actually land up getting a seat at these virtual seats. So then now fans across the globe who would otherwise wouldn't dream of getting to watch a game live, as Vachas was saying, now at least they get to see themselves on television, sitting with a group of people from different parts of the world, all talking to each other, fighting for their respective teams, while all this banter is visible on screen. And this makes for wonderful content and wonderful consumer experiences. So, we've tried to find that little silver lining in this dark cloud, and hopefully it will define the new consumer experience parameters going forward. Even when things come back to normal, maybe some of these elements will find a place to continue in the new world.
In the new normal. We are extremely late, so Daniel, I have to ask you to be extremely short, and unless they cut us off. So very shortly, your next plans have really 2 words, and then we say hi to everybody.
I think just simply licensing is going to be more important than ever in the coming years, because whether fans are in stadiums or not, we are going to be the area of the business, in sports I'm talking here, that we're going to be reaching out to fans, and two-way communication is going to be key for us to stay in touch and be relevant. So I'll keep that very short.
Yeah, well, I love you for this. I think that you're totally right. Unless people can go back to stadium, licensing can be the way that fans can touch their idols. So thanks for everybody for having enjoyed this very interesting session. It was extremely rich and packed of very interesting content. We will work on to write an exclusive article on our magazine so we can read them with a calm and not running. And thanks to you all, thanks to Licensing India, and hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much,
everyone. Thank you.
Grazie, Cristina. Ciao.
You're really welcome.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the stellar session today that we have for the Brand Licensing Conference, where we're looking at really the infinite dimensions of brand licensing that are today taking place across the world. And this is indeed an international panel that we have together, where people have joined us from across the world. And I'm looking forward to some great insights coming from them on the licensing front, and in fact going much deeper into the licensing industry and various aspects of toy licensing to fashion licensing to largely branding and understanding how licensing can be useful. And then we'll also have a talk towards how technology can be an enabler for the licensing industry and also for the retail industry to grow. So let me take the proceedings forward. And first on, I would like to welcome Patty Becker, who is the CEO and founder of Becker Associates, LLC. She's been doing licensing activities in India for the last 10 years, but now she is more dominantly looking at licensing and distributing in the toy licensing area, and they've already signed up a few licensees in India in the toy licensing space. And today she will tell us as to why this category is something that everybody should look at in the toy industry from either a licensor or a licensee perspective, and what could possibly the opportunities or the outcomes be. So over to you, Patty, and we'd love to hear you as to what you have to share with us on toy licensing industry.
Thank you very much, Ritu. The COVID-19 pandemic has created challenges for the brand licensing industry. The pandemic is accelerating underlying trends in work from home, e-commerce. In fact, 37% of all toy retail in the US was done online in second quarter, and consolidation. And I want to talk today about how our clients are approaching the second half of the year. Since the beginning of Anjar in 1960 and Becker Associates in 2000, we've licensed about 1,000 products, and our licensees have sold over $2 billion worth of our toys, games, and dolls. We have hundreds of Anjar classic retro brands, proprietary products, and manufactured product lines available for license and distribution. As licensing agents, we provide unique services for our clients, including global licensing of award-winning innovative products, managing distribution deals to expand territories, negotiating and writing contracts and expert intellectual property advice, and brand management, brand licensing, and brand extensions. Because of the global pandemic, economic and market volatility, and a politically charged environment, in the US, manufacturers and retailers are seeking advice about how to proceed globally. The 3 successful brand licensing strategies we've used are relicensing proven classics. We see risk-averse companies clamoring to relicense nostalgic retro brands. The second one is licensing proprietary products. Cash-rich companies want IP innovation they can license. In times of uncertainty, it's important not to lose sight of the longer term and use this as an opportunity to review your goals and, if possible, make strategic investments for the future. And 3, for the past few years, we've seen a trend for companies asking us to make distribution deals for brands and products that are already manufactured, especially customers who don't want to invest in tooling, manufacturing, designing products, and packaging. They prefer sourcing and distributing already manufactured products, which also may have media and promotion they can use. And this is where India can be very, it can be very beneficial for our Indian manufacturers. We've been working in India for about 10 years. So these are the 3 elements of a successful brand licensing program in this environment. Our customer-based approach combines launch strategies and marketing techniques to help you extend your brand's popularity for decades, to help you create solutions that add multiple revenue streams that address your needs, your time horizons, and your risk tolerance. We provide personalized solutions, which is especially helpful in times of uncertainty. In fact, in the last few weeks, there's been a noticeable shift in CEO confidence and a sense that they're starting to think a lot more strategically. I think chief executives are spending some more time philosophically thinking about optimal approaches rather than just survival. And right now we see classic products trending. Why? Well, as the pandemic hit and work from home and shelter in place became a way of living around the world in 2020, especially since March, retail sales dropped, especially, as we said, specialty retail. Retail buyers became more conservative, and so the power of trusted brands and known licenses and nostalgic products have exploded at retail. In addition, classic brands are less risky to introduce and less costly to develop. So with continued uncertainty, many manufacturers may want to seek refuge in safe havens, such as proven classic brands and nostalgic retro brands that have a proven track record and have sold millions. Licensing recognized brands is one way licensors seek to produce income streams and provide a hedge against volatility while maximizing market impact. Examples of classic retro brands we represent include Sophie La Giraffe, which is a $100 million brand, Ann Geddes, which is a $1 billion brand, and Steve Kaufman, Andy Warhol's protege, Howard Robinson, who has 11,000 licensed products on the market, and these brands are all familiar, known, and trusted. Many Antar classics have sold over 1 million pieces, and that's a lot of toys. Fireball Island, for instance, which was first licensed by Antar to Milton Bradley in 1986, became a cult classic. The newly updated version of Fireball Island, The Curse of Volcar, raised over $2.8 million on Kickstarter to become the 3rd most successful game launch in Kickstarter history. Tumball is another of our products, which was originally introduced by Ideal and is now selling in more than 30 countries. Go for Broke has also recently been licensed in France and the UK and will come out in 2020. Other Antar classics include Battle Dome, Sonic Cyclone, Pathfinder, Tricky Trikes, and more than 500 other toys, many of which are available now for licensing. But you can't just rely on the classics. You also need to focus on licensing proprietary products and IP innovations, because when the market comes back, and it will, that's what your customers will be looking for. We all know that market volatility can create opportunity. The second major consideration for creating a successful brand licensing program in terms of product in the post-COVID environment is innovation. And I know John from Edison will be speaking to you about innovation shortly. We're hearing more and more stories from global toy companies that we're working with who have pushed off new product introductions from 2020 to 2021, often at the request of the retail buyers. That's not a surprise, but for those willing to accept the risks of innovation and proprietary products, there may be exciting solutions that don't require a large asset allocation and focus on brand extensions while seeking to ensure product lines provide diversification into different categories or territories and striving to for downside protection. Innovative products create excitement and buyer and consumer enthusiasm. Many of our customers that have money to invest are spending time now developing their brands and creating brand extensions that they'll introduce when we have a vaccine that's safe and effective and the world opens up. Thirdly, for manufacturers and retailers, distributors and entrepreneurs who want to minimize their investment, a third option in a successful brand licensing program is to distribute products which are already manufactured. We have brand solutions that feature ease of entry and provide resiliency through a variety of market conditions. So while relicensing proven classics and nostalgic retro brands may be your first option, and licensing proprietary products and IP innovation is a second option, a third option is distributing already manufactured brands. In cases like these, our customers have, in some instances, come out with entire product lines the day after the deal was announced, using already tooled, already manufactured existing product from one country in a new territory. They had the factory change the logo on the packaging, purchased finished goods from the same manufacturer, and out it came. We did this with Timber Tots, a brand that was 40 years old, but only being sold in France under the name Chlorophyll. A customer came to us asking for help securing the IP rights and arranging a distribution deal so they could include the range in their own product line. We did, they did, and Timber Tots was a Toy of the Year finalist last year. Fun School, a leading toy and game manufacturer in India, is one of our licensees. We've been working together, as I said, for about a decade. Fun School will be launching Backlash and Jig Stars in the next few weeks. We're currently looking for licensees in other territories that Fun School would then become the maker and supply the rest of the world. They would then become the vendor. Managing our licenses to be sure that they're well developed and well positioned in the marketplace, as well as being manufactured, marketed, and promoted to their best advantage in multiple territories, negotiating and writing the contracts, and actually getting paid after we've licensed the products requires a lot of time and expertise from licensing agents such as ourselves. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me at beckerasos.com for more information. We look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much for setting the tune, Patty. And I think some of the very valid points you made, and particularly the one that is going to stick to me, and at some point of time, I'm going to discuss it in this panel, is that, you said that classic brands are safe haven. And, I would really want to sort of elaborate on that and see what can be done with classic brands. And I think John can maybe, or even Stanley could touch upon it, as to what more we can do with classic brands and how they can be extended into various licensing properties. So thank you for that. Next up, we have Stanley Silverstein, who is the President of Licensing and Business Development for Perry Ellis International. Indeed, Stanley has already had a great tryst with India in his earlier role, where he was the head of licensing for the CK Calvin Klein brand, and was doing various categories, both jeans as well as innerwear for Calvin Klein. And now he's there in a new avatar, which is in Perry Ellis International, where he's looking to extend Perry Ellis products into India, into licensing, and looking at licensing partnerships with the right retail and other partners. So Stanley, up to you. Please, would love to take your thoughts on fashion licensing, and how do you see it becoming more, more contemporary, more, I would say, millennial friendly going forward?
And thank you, Ritu. As it's ironic, I think, a bit to talk about the emergence of fashion licensing in India, because those of you who are kind of in market are aware of historic global brands, Tommy Hilfiger, Jockey for Innerwear, and other brands that have been commercialized and developed in an important way in the Indian market for years and years. I think in my experience in a prior life, we introduced Calvin Klein underwear and Calvin Klein jeans to the Indian market. And so if you look at the portfolio of some of your larger companies, Reliance and Arvind and Birla and others, clearly there's an active marketplace for global fashion brands. Sort of part of the reason we're participating is we want a bigger share and a more important share of that market. So I think emergence today is an appropriate term only because there's really we seem to be at a bit of a breakout moment in terms of India commercial. Every morning I get Women's Wear Daily and License Global and License International, but I also get ET Retail. And the explosive growth in India that you're experiencing and I'm observing is really suggests we're at a bit of an inflection point. I mean, the digital development, the online development, the mobile development is really startling. And I think, when I launched Calvin Klein underwear in a prior life in China, we saw some of that. We knew India would follow. It's taken a bit more time than I think many of us imagined in 2004, 2005. We thought it was 5 years. It's taken a bit longer. But I mean, it's really explosive. I mean, when we look as an observer from here at what's happening with Amazon, what's happening with Walmart and Flipkart and Myntra and Jabong, what's happening with Reliance, there's an enormous opportunity. There's a huge population. It's sophisticated. They have sort of disposable income, and they appreciate kind of global brands and what they may represent. So we're excited about that. In our case with Perry Ellis, we've begun working with Bradford, and they're our new best friends, and we're excited about that relationship and exposing our brands to the market. Perry Ellis is a somewhat unique proposition in the sense that I manage a top 50 global licensed business within a larger operating enterprise. So unlike some of our licensing peers, we produce and commercialize the brands, most of the brands in our portfolio, which gives us kind of a unique USP in the sense that we are brand stewards. We have an economic stake because we own those brands and we commercialize them here in America and other markets. And so our horizon in terms of kind of brand management and brand protection is really quite critical. It also means that we have assets that we can deploy to support licensed partners in market, that, whether it's design and development, whether it's marketing assets and the like. And I think that is a bit unique. There are a lot of licensing kind of companies today that operate different models. It's not to say that we're kind of any better or smarter. It's just that our operating model is a little bit different. Having said that, we are commercial animals. We love our brands. We think we've got a diversified portfolio that's exciting and compelling. But we also understand that this is commerce. And so we work very kind of closely with our licensed partners to be sure that the products that you're bringing to market, whether they're sort of our products or whether they're locally executed products and the like, as long as it's consistent with the DNA of the brand and in our view is brand enhancing and brand positive, we will support that. I think I would encourage everybody over the next day or so to visit the virtual booth that we've developed with Bradford, because it does give you kind of exposure to a number of the brands in our portfolio. I'm going to talk about a couple of them just quickly because I don't want to consume more time. But I think I would encourage you to visit that, talk to Bradford, because we have a very diversified portfolio. And to Patty's comments, at a point in time when retailers and the marketplace are looking for proven resources and kind of brands that have a rich kind of history and heritage. Our portfolio kind of speaks volumes for those opportunities. Our largest brand is our namesake Perry Ellis brand. Perry Ellis, the man who died rather young, unfortunately, was a contemporary of Calvin Klein and Ralph Lauren and Donna Karan and pre-Tommy. Tommy wasn't yet kind of, in that pantheon of designers. And what we've developed over the course of a good bit of that time is a, $800, $900 million retail brand. We have 40 licensed partners in addition to our direct business across categories. We distribute in 50 to 70 countries. So we have a very, very strong and wide footprint. I think to the point that Ritu was alluding, to be sure that you develop and commercialize a classic or a heritage brand that's topical and of the moment and appealing to different kind of generations, it's important that you kind of develop a significant social media and marketing presence around the brand to really reintroduce that classic brand. And we've been very, very aggressive and I'd like to think effective in working with not only the social media platforms and Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and the like, but celebrity dressing and influencer dressing so that you get to see Justin Bieber wearing our product, or you see Chance the Rapper, or you see Jamie Foxx or Nick Jonas. These are all unpaid. It's basically they're wearing the product because they like the product. We've been very aggressive in developing innovative fabrications and products and the like, and that's been well received by our partners. That's our largest brand. It has periodically appeared in the India market, but we're very anxious to kind of expose it in a with the right local partner. We have a brand architecture that is our kind of classic product, and then we have a younger denim-based sportswear collection, Perry Ellis America, which has a bit more democratic price point and appeals to a younger consumer, and that's getting a good deal of attention over here. Another brand in our portfolio is our Original Penguin by Munsingwear brand. I think most people will recognize the iconic penguin logo. Again, there's significant history and heritage to that brand. It's distributed now in 50 countries across different categories. We have a very expansive licensing program for that brand and others. We've got 35 partners, domestic or international, and under nearly 100 stores that are operated either directly or by partners. Again, very active social media presence. And this product, again, it's an iconic logo. It's original, it's fun, it's younger, it's creative, it's colorful. And so we're very excited about that as well. We have other brands in the portfolio. I think we love all our children. We have a diverse and eclectic mix. We have sport brands. We have Gotcha, our surf, skate, extreme sport, urban brand that you can take a look at, which we're relaunching here in the States with a collaboration with Brain Dead, appealing again to a younger consumer. We have our Farah brand, an American brand that's now become a heritage Brit brand, ironically, and is important in the UK market and the like. So we have a good deal of breadth and diversity in our portfolio, and I think this is an inflection point for fashion in the Indian market because of all of the developments with online and with mobile, in addition to conventional kind of brick and mortar retail. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Ritu.
Thank you. I think I particularly liked, how you told us about Perry Ellis being pre-Tommy, and then at the same time, how bit by bit you've sort of built up more brands within Perry Ellis that today appeal to the younger generations. And I think that's what is required for classic brands to be able to. I mean, one example that comes to my mind is that I was an 80s kid, and I grew up with Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck in Disney, and my daughter, who's 10 years old, she just doesn't relate to it. She relates to a Frozen or a product which is of similar genre because she sees that on television or YouTube or wherever. So I think it's just about how even a classic brand needs to sort of find its own dimension. It needs to find its own width as they go forward. So thank you for sharing that, Stanley. That was very helpful. Let me come to John. So John, has a principle that he goes by. He's the president and chair for Charles Edison Fund. And of course, he goes by the Thomas Edison's great quote that, you have to fail your way to success. And that is how you actually build great brands. And all American brands have been built bit by bit, brick by brick, by failing and then succeeding more, and then failing some. So that is how the growth really tends to happen. And today he's joined us here, and we're really lucky to have him talk about, how today modern brands are going to be built. And of course, Thomas Edison himself was regarded as the father of branding. And, there's some lessons we can take from his work and also bring forward in the brands that we are developing today. Of course, more for the digital world and the physical world as we used to. So over to you, John. Thank you for joining us today.
Well, it certainly is a distinct pleasure for me to be on this panel with these very, very talented individuals. And I would recommend that we're being introduced to India through Bradford, and we do have a virtual booth. So we have a lot up there, which we would like people to go and see. I had the pleasure of chatting with Patty a couple of days ago, and it's a pleasure being on here with David and with Stanley. Thomas Edison, as chairman of the Edison Foundations for 23 years, and I've been associated with the Edison family for at least 51 years. I think I have a pretty good idea what Thomas Edison is all about. He's a pretty young person in terms of developing products, and also a seasoned person in developing products. And he's dynamic and hardworking and creative. And we only started our introduction of Thomas Edison into this world about 20 years ago. And we've had some very, very substantial successes. And I think a lot of it is because of the fact that we're trying to bring Thomas Edison to the people, to consumerism. And that's basically one of the themes that we have today. Two ideas that we're going to deal with today: the power of an idea to overcome failure, and the great brands that have a great story. Thomas Edison is noted for a lot of things in the world, like the light bulb and the phonograph, but he did bring technology to the marketplace, and he knew what the people wanted. And that gives him, that gives him two things, really, basically, in the modern world: that he's the father of innovation, and he's the father of modern branding. And just by way of background, in a world economy of $85 trillion, Thomas Edison is responsible between $8 and $12 trillion, one person. And that's an amazing figure. And there are many economists that say that Edison, and rightfully so, is responsible for 1 out of every 4 jobs in the world. So it was no mistake, okay, that Life magazine named him as the man of the last millennium, the person that contributed most to humankind for the past 1,000 years. And that's because he had products that improved the qualitative life of people. First theme, the power of an idea to overcome failure. One of the things that Thomas Edison is noted for, and it's not in his vocabulary, is there's no such thing as failure. He would say, I never quit until I get what I'm after, and negative results are just as good as positive results. And his most famous quote on this issue is, I have never failed 10,000 times. I have successfully found 10,000 ways that didn't work. So his idea of failure is that it is a bump in the road. You overcome it by leadership and by creativity and by innovation and new ideas. This is exactly what you need in today's dynamic and unforgiving world of business. You not only have to find the next invention, but you have to be able to sell it, and it's got to have some value to the consumer. To start with, Edison's first invention was a failure. He tried to get the politicians to do a vote recorder. And the politicians throughout the world, they don't want their vote recorded. They still want a filibuster, okay? So he said to his team, look, we have to go out and find out what the world needs, and then we're going to have to try to invent it. And he came up with the stock ticker. Then he went into the home with the light bulb. Then he created the motion picture industry. Then he created recorded sound. And now you see a big idea of him concentrating on the home, the smart homes, and everything else. But in every brand, there has to be a story. And Thomas Edison has that story. And you have to keep in mind that innovation plus marketing equals sales. But however, innovation plus marketing plus licensing can equal mega sales. So on the first theme, you overcome failure by perseverance and hard work. That's what he was noted for. And the real essential thing is that in the power of an idea, he says, lies in the usage of it. So you have to be able to have, you can't fall in love with every new idea that comes along. You have to be able to use it and to make it profitable for your client and for the consumer. Second thing, great brands have a great story. What greater story could you have than Thomas Edison himself developing the idea of modern branding 125 years ago in his lab in West Orange, New Jersey? He would take his product, he would take his picture, and they would photograph it, and they would put it next to his famous umbrella signature. And that meant, like, it was like the Good Housekeeping seal of approval. It gave you power, and it gave you instant credibility in the marketplace. This signature that he has and that we use, and this is what we brand today, gives you power and influence and is the symbol of innovation. There's a difference between an inventor and an innovator. An inventor creates a single product or processes. An innovator changes the world. So it wasn't good enough for Thomas Edison to get light bulbs for 12 people. He had to make it universal for everybody, all right? And to do that, he had to create a whole new grid system and everything else, which still stands today. That's the innovator. That's the one that changes the world, okay? So we have used the umbrella signature, and I'm gonna give you 3 or 4 examples. I'll give you 3, okay, that really have, that have proved to be very, I think, successful, not only for the companies, but also for Edison. First one is Intel. Intel wanted to have a chip for the young entrepreneurs to come up with new inventions. It had to be inexpensive, it had to be cheap, and it had to be productive, okay? They took Edison, they put Edison's name on the chip, and they had a question on it. And the branding placed directly on this new chip with his name and the question next to it created the impression that Edison was asking the young entrepreneur, what will you make today? Second was the Chevy. Chevy Bolt came up with a new car, electric car, and it was only fitting that they have Edison in that ad. It was a Super Bowl ad because he's the father of modern electricity. And when the 30-second ad went on, Edison turns on the light bulb. The Chevy Volt turns on the battery. It was short and powerful, and it provoked the idea of life-changing innovation without any words. Just the image of Edison. That was all they needed. Chick-fil-A came along, okay, and they were talking about fashion, and now you can get into food. And they came up with the idea of having chicken for breakfast, all right? New concept. And it was very, very, it shows that Edison can transcend all kinds of general lines in marketing. Eating chicken for breakfast, just as crazy an idea, yet just as great as the light bulb. So that went over very well too, all right? So we deal not only with startups, but we also deal with some of the major corporations in the world. I would say this, that the use of the Edison brand credibly gives credibility to your product as being relevant and as being edgy and cool and the right thing. Up on my booth, or on the Edison booth, I did a TED talk on Edison, and it's all available out there. And there's about 7 or 8 ideas that we use, and I'm only going to just briefly hit some of them. But you want to think outside of the box. You want to do something different. When you get to the fork in the road, you take the path that's least traveled. You want to fail your way to success. Success demands improvement. So when we do these products, you got to improve them all the time, all right? Collaboration, I think, is the new competition. This is the new idea that's going out, that we collaborate with a lot of people, and that's our competition, which is good. That helps us build and...
Oh, we lost John there. I'm hoping that he's going to be joining us soon. In fact, he was telling us something really interesting on, on the innovation part of things. Okay, so as we wait for him to come back, maybe, David, would you like to start? I mean, maybe we can have John continue. John, are you back? Okay, great.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah. Are you still there?
Yeah, we're still there. We were waiting for you. You need to be a little more into the screen because you're stepping a bit out of it.
Okay, I'll just finish up by saying that
yeah.
Edison's ability to sell products, brands, and ideas in his time and in ours is a testament to the power of a good story. And as industry grows both in the US and in India, we realize that licensing is simply not just putting a name or an image on a product. Okay, it's weaving together stories that create the unique fabric of your brand. It's bringing a legacy, long legacy, to a new brand or a product that has just begun. It's linking a narrative of being big dreams and hard work into something your customer can buy. It is using history to inspire the innovation of the future. Thomas Edison's most famous quote is, "There's a better way to do it, find it." That is my challenge to both you and your brand. Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much. In fact, had we been in live, we probably would have had a standing ovation for the talk that you gave just now, and touching upon Thomas Edison and explaining his philosophy the way you did. So thank you very much there, John. I think it's very inspirational for anybody who wants to be associated in the licensing program for the Charles Edison Fund, and to be working with you to see how we can have more innovative products and collaborative and competitive products coming alongside. So, as I sort of move forward, next up we have David Lim. David is, of course, heading CTI Solutions, and he is actually going to give us a good view about how technology today plays a very, very pivotal role to bring an intermesh between licensing, retail, and the digitization, which today is essentially going to be, or is at least is going to, is being currently looked at as the way forward for distribution to happen. We probably over the course of the last 4 months, more than the last 10 years, while of course the digital wave has been with us for the last 10 years, but I think in the last 4 months, what we have realized, all of us in one way or the other, is that technology will have to play a big role in our lives. And now we need to at least go forward and see and embrace technology in order to make our businesses more streamlined, make them more seamless, make our licensors and licensees better corroborated onto how they are going to do business, or how they are going to even have good communication line between them. So thank you for joining us, David, here today. We would look forward to your talk, and indeed, the future is to be empowered by technology and powered by your brand. So over to you.
Thank you, Ritu. Good morning from New York, everyone. I think more appropriately, it's good afternoon to most of you. As Ritu mentioned, I'm with the CTI Solutions Group today, and I got to tell you, we could not be more excited to have participated in this year's India Licensing Expo. I think our preference would have been to be physically with all of you in India, but we're certainly thankful that the wonders of technology kind of allowed us to virtually be all together, meeting and sharing with each of you today, despite the COVID impacted world that we're all residing in. We at CTI Solutions are really particularly energized by the market of India. And we believe that your country really represents the next formidable workshop of ingenuity and creativity in intellectual property development. Many people obviously see India as a marketplace for furthering the growth and development of their brands. And of course, with 1.3 to 1.4 billion people, you represent a very significant consumer base. But in addition to that, or in supplement to that, I think we at CTI also believe that the world eventually will see the expansion and development of local Indian brands into that global marketplace. And whether it be Titan or Tata, certainly India has the capability of creating behemoth brands. So we see India as the birthplace of the next new and emerging brand or business that someday could be in the premier worldwide spotlight well beyond Mumbai. Unlike the balance of most of the exhibitors that we were alongside of today, our relevance to this expo is really not about representing brands or licensees or intellectual product. Rather, we've assembled over the course of the past 2 decades or so tools and solutions that make the licensing business work much more smoothly and much more seamlessly. Having cultivated and sort of grown up with some of our clients like Nike, US Polo Association, Polaroid, CBS Television Studios, and even M&M Chocolates, we've learned that, whether it's sneakers or Snickers, whether it's t-shirts or TV characters, the business of licensing really has some very basic core fundamentals that everybody needs to do more efficiently and more effectively. We have clients that make 10,000 different items for a bunch of brands that are in their portfolio. And we have others that might approve, 20 to 50 in a season that have their logos on them. So what we've learned and what we've built provides scale and really the disciplines that are uniformly and globally a requirement in today's business to mutually enable beneficial licensing and franchising relationships. Our workflow solutions enable companies that are both tiny and gigantic to utilize software to manage their media assets, to maintain assurances across a big partner group that their brand integrity stays at a very high level. We enable people to carefully organize their distribution and their licensing contracts. And probably most importantly, we help our partners avoid costly contractual breaches or on the other side of the table, maximize their royalty earnings, all while requiring no incremental hardware upgrades and avoiding costly server implementations or installations. So, basically, if you have a computer and an internet connection, our highly customized solutions that are remotely hosted and fully integratable into your ERP business solutions really can start transforming operations on day one. Now, as many people mentioned, COVID-19 has injected an entirely new level of complexity into managing licensed businesses. Nowadays, not everybody comes to the office. So, how do you review contract terms that are a 20-page piece of paper sitting on a filing cabinet in your office, or worse yet, in your lawyer's office that helped you craft a deal, 2 years ago? Well, our products through software as a service are enabling our current partners and clients to never miss a deadline and not miss collecting a royalty rupee, even though their people are working from home, their offices are closed, and as somebody mentioned earlier, it's really the online e-commerce business that is booming. So as India looks to the future to grow licensing and cultivate brands that someday can run on the global stage, let us share with you guys how we have helped companies, both big and small, bring order, consistency, and scalability to their method of going to market. So I'm going to close out by playing a video that really highlights one specific product that's in our portfolio that's sort of most germane to licensing. It's a product that's called ProofTrack. And after the video, I think Ritu will hand it over to you and you can kind of take it from there. Let's see if I can manage this screen share and do a good job of putting this video up. Technology at its finest, right? I'm just going to make sure that we're sharing computer sound. All right, away we go.
Before ProofTrack, gaining client approval for a concept, marketing element, packaging, or an actual product design was a costly and time-consuming process that required multiple revisions with proofs being sent back and forth between physical locations. Today, you can save your business precious time, money, and frustration with ProofTrack, an intuitive cloud-based approval system made for any industry. ProofTrack simplifies the process of submitting and approving designs by allowing permission-based online access between departments within your company, your partners, and your clients. Our permission-based structure allows stakeholders from different disciplines simultaneous access and editing ability to drastically reduce response time and frustration while avoiding mistakes. Our multi-file uploader streamlines the submission process and is engineered to be customizable, making ProofTrack the best software of its kind for any industry, regardless of location. The customizable workflows allows your team's gatekeeper to easily approve and delegate submissions. Progress tracking, internal bulletin board, and message centers are integrated along with a communal calendar to further accelerate the decision-making process, all while keeping tasks up to date. A digital archive and active revision history is easily accessible, enhancing approval flexibility and eliminating errors, making a process that was once time-consuming and complicated fast and easy. ProofTrack, the most intuitive and comprehensive design approval solution available, integrates seamlessly with our contract and royalty management module Contract Port, providing maximum productivity and efficiency. Schedule a live demo today.
Well, just to ask you, David, would you regard this product as a productivity tool for the licensing industry? I mean, is that how it's positioned to be?
I'd say it's definitely a sort of efficiency maximization tool. I think we all find ourselves in a world today where our resource base is shrinking and not growing. And I think we're probably at the pinnacle of our history of time where trying to figure out how to do more with less is the critical key element for success and sustained survival. I think growth is a great conversation topic for, I think, most of us that are involved in business today. The conversation has shifted to ensuring that we can survive and maintain a majority of the infrastructure we have, but that requires doing more with less. So I think that's probably the most appropriate way to frame our tools.
Sure. I mean, of course, one of the undercurrents which I sort of got from all the talks that we've had, and, they've been fantastic talks and everybody's presented such great view of the licensing industry that, even for somebody like me who follows this industry to a certain extent, got a very deep insight into it. One undercurrent, as I mentioned, I got from the entire talk was how the licensing industry is now imbibing digitization. And I mean, Stanley, I think, made a great point earlier to say that, he understands India and he understands that, there is Walmart and Flipkart and Myntra and Jabong is now part of their portfolio too. So, going forward, Stanley, would you, I mean, for Perry Ellis, obviously once your entire licensing program goes as you decided for India and you have multiple merchandise coming for Perry Ellis in India, would you still want to have a store in India putting all that multiple merchandise together, or would that store be digital only?
I think we believe in both digital and brick and mortar. I don't think that the experience of physical shopping is ever going to leave us entirely, whether it's department store or mono brand retail. I think it's an important opportunity to kind of showcase the lifestyle and the DNA of the brand across categories. We don't generally merchandise multi-brand stores. Department stores do that perhaps better than we might do. And so we do concentrate on mono brand, Perry Ellis store, an Original Penguin store, a Farrah store, and the like. It would surprise me, notwithstanding kind of the explosive development online, certainly sort of pre-COVID and now post-COVID, but I do still think that there's an important home for brick and mortar. It's just how expansive that footprint is, and kind of what's a disciplined strategy to expose the brand in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities.
Sure. Totally understand. And I think that that's going to be very important too, because, you know, once the brand, you want to, I mean, for a customer, you want to see the brand in its entirety, right? You want to see what all products do they have. And, you know, so while somebody might be exposed to fashion, but they may not be exposed to, let's say, sunglasses or innerwear. So you want to sort of see that happening. But I mean, going forward, at least for the year or so, as the pandemic is still going strong, do you see the digital is the only way forward?
I think, I don't know that it's the only way forward. It's certainly the more robust kind of commerce that we're executing even in our direct businesses. I mean, our digital, our e-commerce is exploding. I mean, you're talking 150% growth year on year. And so it is significant. I think until kind of stores reopen, malls reopen, I see more retail brick and mortar shrinkage than expansion. And I don't think that's going to change, you know, sort of near term. I think the 500 stores, 1,000 stores, I think everybody's kind of shrinking that network to what are, you know, profitable stores. How do you operate efficiently and deliver profit? I mean, there are lots of marketing vehicles. I don't think people are still persuaded that brick and mortar is a marketing vehicle. It needs to be a profit and brand enhancing vehicle.
Sure. Patty, let me ask you this. I mean, you know, probably the same question which I've also asked Stanley, that, you know, do you see for toy licensing, digital becoming a bigger format? And of course, you know, toys itself today are finding a lot of digital properties too. You know, there's gaming, and then there is, you know, integration within some other, you know, platforms like Roblox, or I don't know, there are quite a few, Minecraft and so many others. So do you see toy licensing looking a little different in the years to come than what it was in the last couple of years? And how do you see digital playing a bigger role?
Yeah, well, digital is definitely, you're right, is definitely going to be playing a much bigger role as we go forward. And how big a role that can be is anybody's guess. Of course, some companies are 100% digital and 100% online sales. But right now it's growing leaps and bounds. And I think that it has been sped up because of the corona pandemic. So it's a very interesting time. When you look at some of the numbers, you know, retail sales overall in the US in second quarter were 16%, 16% of retail sales was done through e-commerce, as opposed to a year ago when it was 10%. So, or 10.8, so almost 11%. So, you know, you see quick growth. And I think, of course, that's going to continue in all categories, or most categories, and particularly in the toy business.
And also, do you see some digital avatars coming from the toy business? I mean, you know, something which was only product-based might actually get into its own, it become a digital game by itself?
Yes, it goes both ways. You know, very clearly now it's going both ways. You have a lot of, you know, YouTube. Look at Ryan and Pocket Watch, Ryan's World, and that has created, you know, spawned a whole industry of product based on his influencer popularity. So you have that, and as you mentioned, of course, gaming industry is almost is bigger than the toy industry at this point. I can remember back to 1977 and early 80s, you know, when the toy industry was deciding whether or not to include the gaming industry and video games, you know, as part of the toy industry, and made the mistake, probably at this point looking back, of not including it. And so video games became its own industry. And at that point, it could have been under part of the umbrella of the toy business. But video games became their own industry, and a bigger industry than toys.
Sure.
So it's quite interesting, you know, looking back and looking.
It's looking the industry, you know, so that's the way, and you know, the times are looking very different. John, I mean, I know that the organization that you're representing today is the Charles Edison Fund, and you also mentioned that you're going to be working with startups and also with corporates for larger innovation. So in one sense, do you also fund innovations for startups, which you feel are in line with the fund or with Thomas Edison's philosophy?
We do some of that. We have been involved in some startups, especially in the United States and in Canada. But most of the things that we do is really in the area of innovation, because we had a meeting 5 to 7 years ago where we invited all these aficionados of Edison, and they came up with two things. One, the light bulb is the symbol of a new idea. Okay, and that is always ascribed to Edison. And the second thing is that he's the father of innovation. So innovation cuts through all of these different categories, from healthcare, okay, to fashion, to food and everything else. So our biggest problem is to make them relevant, to make them current, okay, and to show, and we've done that in a lot of areas. I was mentioning a couple of days ago to Patty that even in the toy area, we have done that. And we have all kinds of educational series that are set up with Edison, surrounding Edison in STEM education, science, technology, engineering, and math, and you add the A into that, and it's STEAM. So we build on all of that. And it's interesting that we're talking about digital. I think digital is going to be a bigger role. There's no question about it in the future. I don't know how much bigger that's going to be. I saw where we have PruTrack. My background is law. So we pretty much do these contracts very, very quickly, and we do a lot of it over the internet. Most of our business comes right off the internet, comes right off our website. And we do have agents that work for us. But I think with COVID and everything else, these Zoom conferences are terrific. I mean, and it's going to be, we don't know what the new norm is yet, but if Thomas Edison said, like I ended my quote, there's a better way to do it, find it, we're going to find it out pretty soon.
That's true. I totally agree with you there. David, let me ask you this, and probably, anybody in the panel can contribute to it. So what are the structural changes you feel will happen in the licensing industry because of the pandemic? I mean, in the sense that while things were changing for the licensing industry for the last 5 to 7 years, but particularly, what do you think in the entire composition or the structure of licensing is now going to change in a very, very large way? Of course, partly because of technology, but also partly because of change in business practices than what they were happening earlier.
My answer probably doesn't relate too much to technology, but it feeds off the theme of doing more with less. I mean, I think one of the key components that we're going to start to see in licensing and product development in general is fits into that, kind of do more with less. I think there's going to be a sort of a circumspect SKU reduction. I think you're going to try to have manufacturers and licenses try to hit more home runs. And in some ways, the whole digital marketing component and the social media component of that almost allows brands to tee up big winners in that digital space. It costs them very little money. They don't have to do massive print runs of things, but they can get impressions of products out into the marketplace, use influencers to create success stories. And what that does is sort of reduces the number of things you got to throw against the wall to create something that's going to stick.
Sure. Anybody else who would like to comment on this? Stanley, Patty?
Over to you, Patty.
John, would you like to say something about it? Anything about structural changes in the industry?
I don't really know about too many structure changes in the, in the industry. We've been at it for 20 years. I just think that a lot of it is going to be much more on the internet, and it's with COVID-19, there's going to be a lot of innovative things that are going to be coming up, and it's going to, whatever is going to be the new norm down the line is going to be the new norm. We just have to see how that's going to play out. But I think the digital area is going to be much bigger, I don't know how big, and I don't know how you quantify that yet, but we've seen that that's a trend in that area.
Sure.
Ritu, I might inject and add in something that is maybe more towards the structure element that you talked about. I think that we were kind of joking in the green room amongst all of us that, you know, we all find ourselves doing so much less significant travel, especially global travel to other places. I'm sort of reminded of a project that we worked on for a client just post-COVID that really does talk a little bit about the reduction or the change in infrastructure. And that's, you know, a lot of our partners have very global footprints in terms of their manufacturing partners, whether it's subcontractors, licensees, and the like. And the general custom has always been for the past 25 years that you require on-site visitation for those partners. You want to see their factories, you want to see how their people are treated, you want to see the working conditions, you want to make sure that what's going into the factory is coming out the front door and not at all going out the back door. But we're fortunate enough to be tasked with the challenge of creating an online factory audit tool. And effectively, with the inability for anybody to have as much transparency and travel in their regular life or in their business function, they were required to be innovative and to try to take what money they had that they would have traveled with and figure out how to replicate an audit track or a paper trail or collection of images and things like that. And we were able to create an online database that basically was a portal for all of their partners, all of their manufacturing. And we actually also built a portal that enabled potential manufacturers to go through the vetting process and to apply to be a potential manufacturing or part of a manufacturing matrix for a multinational conglomerate. So, I mean, I think that's a great example of infrastructure that needs to shift and needs to change because the touch points are just not the same as what they used to be. And, you know, somebody's going to make a lot of money predicting when we're going to come out of COVID. But in the meantime, the rest of us mortals have to figure out how to continue to do our jobs and run our businesses.
Sure.
Yeah, I think one of the big surprises that's come from the pandemic has been the desire for people to continue to work from home and employers' willingness to let them and see the productivity levels increasing. You know, of course, we've been working remotely and doing remote calls for many, many years, you know, and anybody has who works globally. But this has really expedited kind of the entire situation. And I think especially it has really helped the acceptance of remote work. And it has evolved. Right, in the beginning, you saw people's dogs, people's kids walking by, and it was nice to almost feel the other person. You really could understand them as a whole human being and not just as a business colleague. You knew their house and you knew everything that, you know, more about them, and that's kind of nice. And so I think it has fostered relationships in a deeper way.
Sure. No,
Ritu, I don't know how much time, I don't know how much time we have, but I mean, clearly the evolution from kind of traditional wholesale and then brick and mortar to online is going to create significant changes both in terms of product and product development that are user friendly online. Certainly all of the marketing assets and you know the social media aspects of brand development and brand exposure are really changing quite dramatically, and we're already seeing that. The only other thing that again, fashion as perhaps distinct and to character and entertainment is I think what we're seeing in Asia, and I think we will see in India and other markets, is partnership and collaboration with local partners. The notion of someone developing and making investments to develop a fashion brand on a 3-year or a 5-year term is just not going to work. I think over a longer haul, I think people are looking for more significant commitments from licensed partners. I think partners, brand owners are looking for more significant sort of commitments from their partners. And that's going to develop into whether they're conventional licenses or different, more creative joint venture models and the like. That, I think, in fashion is going to be a structural change as we keep moving forward. People are just not happy to make 3 investments over 3-year cycles and live at the mercy of an expiring contract.
Sure, no, totally agree. But you also see
you think they're going to be longer? You think the terms will be longer ultimately?
Yes, yes.
And also with D2C model becoming very strong now, do you see that inventories, the way they have been kept, the way they have been handled, the way they have been ordering has been done, that too is going to see some changes?
In terms, yeah, I mean, honestly, the investment in sort of parked inventory is not interesting for anybody kind of from a working capital standpoint. So it's really, kind of shrinking the timeline for product development to product, execution and delivery, and working the supply chain kind of side of the business is really becoming more and more critical for everyone.
I totally agree. I mean, we're seeing more and more of our customers coming to us, big and small, who want product that's already manufactured. And they're willing to partner with what was previously their competitors. They don't necessarily, they want our intervention. They don't necessarily want to go directly, but, that increases the speed to market. It decreases their development time and expense. And it's becoming a major force in the toy business, at least.
Surely.
David? This is John. This is John. I just have a couple of, hello?
Yes,
just a couple of concepts on the structural side. We've been, I kind of think, boosted a lot by the fact that there's a lot more interest in heritage branding. It's coming out of London and, with artifacts and all of these other things. And at the Edison site, it's worth $5 billion US. We have 400,000 tangible artifacts and the largest collection of papers in the world, even more than Leonardo da Vinci. So structurally, heritage branding, I think, is going to help us down the line. And second of all, my wife, I lost last year after 55 years of marriage, but we traveled all around the world. I still think that I have an appreciation of India and the markets because I've been there and I've experienced it. And I don't think there's not going to be a substitute for that completely. I think you're going to have to get in and understand the culture of a lot of these different places. And you can only do that by traveling. So I don't think it's going to be totally everything on the internet. I don't think it's going to be just totally everything digital. I think it's going to be, we're not going to all be robots. We have to really experience some of the human condition aspects of it. Just my thoughts.
Yeah, totally agree. And thank you for, looking and thinking of India in such a charming way. It's always good to hear about your country like that. David, any final thoughts? We've already overshot the time, and I'm sorry for that, but the conversation was very interesting, and so I kept it going. So any final thoughts on inventories? I think you were going to say something about it, and then it just sort of...
Yeah, I think it's somebody said it well, that there's just not an appetite for static inventory that's not productive. I mean, I think it fits into that general bumper sticker. We've kind of said that everybody's got to do more with less, and to have any amount of assets sitting unproductive, whether it's inventory, whether it's capital dollars, whether it's people, it's just not going to be tolerated. I mean, I think that the market forces will virtually eliminate that. But I think the one interesting thing that wasn't expressly said, I think a couple of people talked around it, but in my background, it's particularly sort of meaningful, is I think there's going to be a real pressure to reduce lead times in manufacturing. Certainly reducing product development times and things like that. But I mean, the compression of lead times in manufacturing, I think, is going to be a pressure and a force that on one side is impossible to avoid, but there are breaking points. And I think what will be very interesting to see is, where the balance kind of evolves into, and whether you get pushback, whether it's from, because you can't make everything immediately. There's always got to be some repository of stuff, inventory, raw materials, whatever it is that is ready to go and ready to deploy. But I think the funny sort of example is maybe when you talk to a housewife or that has built up an inventory of things in a refrigerator in their freezer, and then they go through an experience where they lose power and they're forced to throw things out. I mean, for the next, month of that household, that freezer sort of remains empty. So, I mean, I think that sort of parallel is you're going to find sort of run backwards into manufacturing, supply chain, product development, and all those other kinds of cycles.
Sure. So with that, I want to thank all of you for joining this conversation today. It was a great panel, and I think some wonderful insights that all of you have shared. And indeed, the industry is on the brink of change. And I think that everybody is thinking of models which are more efficient financially from a point of view of people and talent-based optimization. And also to say that, what would eventually lead to better business practices going forward. So I thank each and every one of you, Stanley, Patty, David, John, for sharing these wonderful, insights and some wonderful ideas with us here today. And I sort of looking forward to next time, not to meet you on the screen, but really more in person as we see your products and feel them when you come to India. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you, John.